changes to the stream, turn off the chat, or well, at least put some restrictions on it. Another episode, Mike's Our Live podcast, slow chat, subscribe to only chat. Next up, go to YouTube, change the settings on YouTube. Here, edit video. Edit video. Subscribers. Honey, you want subscribers 20 minutes only, or you want me to turn off chat on YouTube? We live to YouTube and Rumble. And what would you prefer? You want me to turn off chat on YouTube or have open subscriber 20 minutes? Okay, now, since you're a guest, I'll let you make a request. So I have we here ready. She's going to be a guest. She is a guest, audio only at this moment. So we'll do it like this actually. 20 minutes. And if people leave negative comments, they're going to get blocked no matter what. So hold on, I'm going to add you, babe. Window, messenger, call. Okay, can share that window. Also share system audio. See how this works. Add to stage. Okay. See if this works. As far as I can see. Okay. There we go. See how this works. Hello, babe. You're in my live stream now. Thanks for joining me today. I like you're my favorite guest now. You're my favorite guest, babe.
Thank you.
You're looking swai today. That's how you say beautiful in Thai, right? Swai. Swai dina.
Yeah.
Pom chang, how to say me? Pom rakun, how to say me in Thai or my.
มีฉัน if
Okay, yeah.
and can say ผม
Chan rakun. And then if I want to say,
yeah, you can say ผม
yeah, pom tirak swaidina. Okay, yeah, pom tirak, something like that. We's internet is a little bit wanting at times. Yeah, I just pull up my stream on my phone to check so everything's working. I hate it if sometimes it happens, I live stream and I'm showing something, I think, and where I can talk about, do commentary on some news video, oh, look, this, and then after I watch it, oh, it didn't show. So it just showed me, and I thought,
That's okay, my internet is
no problem, babe. I can call you back if it drops. I gotta check so we have audio and video. Yeah, my audio is in there. Yeah, okay, you're also okay. Your audio, okay. All systems go. It's working. So, this is my wife. This is my wife. We wonderful, and we've been together for 6 years now. I checked Facebook yesterday, my Facebook, and I searched we because I was looking for a cute dancing video. I still didn't find it. Maybe you can help me to find it. I remember one time you made a cute dancing video for me where you're dancing and stuff, and I thought, oh yeah, I want to watch that again. And it's when you had blonde hair, but when you were dyeing your hair. Now you have your natural color, but you had some cute outfit and you're dancing and stuff, and I thought it was really sweet. So I've been trying to find it by
that's how I
searching.
feel about
I've been sleuthing. I've been looking at your YouTube channel and searching Mike or something like this, see if I could find the video you made. Uh, look at my channel. If you tagged me there, I didn't find it. But from looking for that video you made, trying to find it on my Facebook, your Facebook, I did find like the anniversary where you had tagged me. And it's 6 years now that we've been together. 6 years. Yeah. And hopefully, not too long from now, we'll be able to meet in real life now. We's making crochet now. Do you want me to? Would you like me to drop you a link to your crochet channel?
Hmm?
Do you want me to advertise your crochet channel?
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. Do you want me to advertise it?
Actually,
Yeah, I think it might be good in case you get back to
but
making.
it's um it's so long to not upload.
Okay.
It's long time.
There's a Filipino woman in the chat said hello. Rogan Ladok. She's a female live streamer.
Hello.
She said hello. Hello, Rogan.
Okay. Yeah.
Now what I was gonna do was this. We wonderful. Here. And then did this. Yeah. I just dropped the link to your channel there, your crochet channel. I uploaded a short video earlier today showing my post wake up dose of supplements. Grand post wake up dose of supplements. So we is not she's like a she's not a very bombastic flamboyant person. She's she's kind of like a meek and quiet. She's kind of meek and quiet, and she's kind of sweet and a little bit shy. Okay, she's a little bit shy of a girl, and I like that. That's charming. Okay,
Um, I don't like to talk.
yeah, yeah, and I'm a talker, which means I spend
I'm
hours
introvert.
talking and ranting and raving. That's kind of my style. We style is more just calm listening and not talking a lot. Okay, so we kind of complete each other. I can be super aggressive sometimes, and we is very non-aggressive.
Um, my internet not good.
Okay, now don't worry about it. If the connection drops, I can call you back now. This a bird came by, a magpie sitting down on my balcony railing on the corner, and he's screaming. I don't know if you can hear him or not. I can hear him
Say
from.
hello to them for me now.
Yeah, B1 and B2, they're sitting in the shade, the corner. So in the middle, if they
Hello,
want to have
everyone,
some
and you too.
light, they can sit in the middle there, but they're sitting in that corner. They seem to be likely to get some shade.
Hello. Hello, guys.
I don't know if you can see them or not, but we like B1, B2. They're cute. I had a female girl
No,
that was named after we actually, and she died. Okay, so hello guys. So It looks like are those birds that you have on your shirt? You have a cute outfit there, your dress. Are those birds there? Looks like bird. Yes. Okay, it's birds. Yeah. Okay. Cool now. Oh no.
It's bird.
Yeah. I'm glad you joined me today. Good job, honey.
Yeah. Uh,
God willing, maybe we can make a living like this someday. Where it's like it's good to have some dreams and goals. Okay. Where if we meet in real life and we're living together and we need to find some way for you to make a living, if that's we're living together in Sweden or in Thailand, possibly we can make a little bit of money from social media if you have a mic and we podcast, for example. And if you have a supplement store, if you have a supplement store, you have a crochet business, you sell crochet, the podcast can be used to market that. So if we live together in Thailand and you're still making crochet and selling it, if we have a couple podcasts that can help to market your crochet. So yeah, it's like there's a part of just making podcasts because you like producing podcasts, but it can also be good to to uh, to have a little bit of a possibly this can be built into something bigger. So what was I gonna do here? I'm gonna check something. There's a speaker of which there's a couple that I follow on TikTok, and it's a Thai woman with a Farang Swedish boyfriend, and they have a TikTok together, and they're popular in Sweden. It's a Thai woman and a Swedish man, and they live together in Sweden, and they make videos, and they're quite popular. I will show you now. Here now, I will show you. This is hold on. This is TikTok couple. This is a Thai woman. She moved to Sweden, and they have a TikTok together, and they're quite popular. They make video about uh, they're gonna go into the Swedish forest to pick things, okay, for cooking, maybe for eating, and the Thai woman try to pronounce Swedish word, and she not pronounce it right, and it's a little bit funny, and that's the video. So some Swedish people they're quite popular, okay, but they think she's cute and kind of funny when she try to speak Swedish and things like this. So
I do right. You say you know better.
huh?
You say before you know better.
Yeah, I just put it on and to test it out a little bit.
Okay.
This I ate this yesterday now. I'm back on my regular diet again, all mad, low sugar. I had 2 days of eating more than one time and eating sugar. So you know me, normally I eat a low sugar diet, less than 20 grams sugar per day, and eat only one time per day. But yesterday I eat more than one time and I ate sugar. Okay, so I had 2 cheat days, high sugar days, and now I'm back to my normal diet.
So fast. I'm not sorry to eat, but I still not eat.
Okay, now, okay, babe. I just pull up my stream again to check it's operational, and I see there's two of me. Okay, so it has two windows, and you in the middle there. So I'm happy to have you.
Me too.
Yeah. I gotta put more water for them. They need more water and more seed. B1 and B2. They need more water and they need more seed. Start with the seed. There you go. I gotta wash this out. This is the water. Yeah. If you've been plotting on a prison break like an escape, now's your time. Okay? I made a new Rumble channel today. On Rumble, it's very easy to make new channels. I think there's 6 channels, and I have like this channel, Mike's Bible reading and teaching, and I haven't uploaded anything. It's like I made the channel, produced some content to it, and didn't upload anything more. And I have this and that. So I have several Rumble channels. And this Critical Mass Mike is the main channel, like the user account channel, which is where I upload more stuff. Now I did make a new channel, which I've been thinking about for a while. It's like strategically a lot of times it makes sense to niche, okay, which means I probably have more subscribers today if I be like my YouTube channel, let's pick one area to make content on. It's a live podcast, and it's just live podcast on the channel, and then have like another channel with clips to or something like this. And not like, well, it's like a mixed bag channel, which I have podcasts on this channel, the YouTube channel I'm talking about now. I have like vlog videos, I have IRL streams, I have gaming. A big chunk of the content is gaming. There's cooking, live cooking shows, all kinds of stuff. So a lot of times it's easy to go if you have like a niche channel. Now here's the point. I did make a channel, Mike Saha, Targeted Video Truth and Solutions, a new Rumble channel. Didn't upload anything. I did that a few hours ago. Just made a new channel. And what I could do with that is videos that I produce on my other Rumble channel, like this one, or YouTube videos, or if I want to record videos on my laptop, like TI Survival. It's like if you're told video, here's more things you need to know about how to protect yourself from gang stalking. That video can go to that channel. So it can be kind of like a curated channel where there's, out of everything I'm doing, videos on gang stalking and how to deal with it go to that channel. Kind of. Because when you have a channel like I do now, it becomes kind of crowded out. If I make a live stream today, how to survive gang stalkers or something like this, and then I'm gonna have like 12 more streams within 3 days, and it's gonna be kind of crowded out by all the other content. I upload so much stuff. So I'm gonna wash my hands. I'll be right back now. Gabriel, unless I slip on the way and then hit my head again. I showed my nose earlier in the video. I said, "Hey, how to look at my nose?" And it's like one nose hole is bigger than the other one. That's just
I I think you make coffee now.
okay, babe. Okay, now. So that's from
My cat want me open the door.
huh?
My cat, she want me open the door.
Oh,
She want to go outside.
yeah.
And I have to make coffee now.
Okay, now.
I feel tired.
Okay, babe.
Mhm.
I have.
I'll be right back.
Okay, babe. I'm also gonna go to the kitchen, wash my hands, and get some coffee. I think I might have a cup ready made in the kitchen. If not, I might make one. We'll see. It's my vitamin C bottle with a B complex in it. And grab a cup of coffee. I'm gonna have a milk or electrolyte. Here's my box, food box that I got the other day. I actually made an unboxing short on YouTube that I didn't publish. Sometimes I record videos and leave them unpublished and then later on publish them. So this is my food box, home delivered food box. And I bought like 6 or 7 Narco Electrolyte, my favorite energy drink. Narco Electrolyte. And they have energy drinks with a high caffeine content. I don't like caffeine. When I make my coffee, I make super strength coffee. People that have been subscribed to me for a while know. And I told B earlier about that too. There's like one cup that I make of coffee is the same strong as maybe 4 or 6 cups that you make. So one thing I like about Norco energy drinks, they have a high caffeine content. It's 180 milligrams of caffeine per can. So it's 180 there. I might be muted. And they have an electro.
I drink 3-in-1 coffee today.
Huh?
I drink 3-in-1 coffee.
Okay, now.
3-in-1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had 1 cup today.
Yes.
Cheers now. Cheers now. Wow, that's a cute cup now. It's a cute cup. I'm gonna wash this. I'll be right back. You know, I like to clean things after. I'll be right back, babe. I'll be right back, babe. I'm gonna clean my nose and wash my face. Okay. I'll be right back, babe.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so I'm back. So what I did was I washed my face in the shower. You know, I had allergies, so after digging that box, I could feel a little bit of allergies. So I washed my face and cleaned my nose with my nose cleaning device. I also clean my glasses, so I have these glasses. I let's cover this a little bit. We is on a fitness journey. She's with my help. She's on a fitness journey. So her health has been improved. She used to have worse allergies, but after taking my coaching, my guidance, following my guidance on health fitness, her allergies have been improved. And she's still on a fitness journey where she's looking to make improvements. Right, honey? Yeah. And she's looking to get a little bit fitter, like a little bit higher level fitness. Now, you're okay now, babe. You're beautiful and
Yeah, I'm okay, but I have something about the escape, like and I'm on period.
okay.
All my period is coming.
Yeah.
You have it.
One cup of coffee has around normal cup of coffee has around 50, 70
Huh?
milligrams of caffeine. I'm gonna Google it actually to verify.
You ask me.
Average cup of coffee caffeine content 40 milligrams. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so the average cup of coffee contains according to Google 40 milligrams. I've been saying 50, 70 before. So yeah, in that ballpark. Uh, this energy drink can contains 180 milligrams of caffeine. 180 milligrams of caffeine. 23 and a half. So it's like almost like 4 cups of coffee in here. Yes, I made a new Rumble channel, Mike Saha, targeted individual truth and solutions. Didn't upload anything yet, but it's ready if I want to. If I make a new video, I mean, if I feel like tonight, record a video on my laptop, I can upload it to that channel and only to that channel if I want to. So I have a niche channel ready to go that's targeted video truth and solutions. If you want to have a channel with just TI survival videos on it, I have one ready to go. And then I have some upstart channels that I didn't continue. Where I make a Mike's Bible reading and studies and upload a few videos. Didn't get back to doing anything with it. So anyway, wow, you look beautiful now. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah. So how much vitamin C did you take today?
10 grams.
10 gram, good. So the other day we had started ration that a bitch. It's like, I asked her like, okay, honey, how much vitamin C have you been taking recently? And she said, well, around 5 grams per day. I said, that's too little. You got to get back to taking, you got to take more. And now today you took around 10 grams. Okay, that's good. Now, for you to be on Rumble, I don't need the health fitness disclaimers, but for you to, I'm not a doctor, so when I'm talking to we about her supplementation, that's not a ordination for viewers. Okay, let's put the disclaimer here. This content is for educational purpose only and does not replace professional medical advice. Always consult a qualified healthcare professional. So one of the things I like about Rumble is if I was live only to Rumble and not to Rumble and YouTube right now, I wouldn't have to do that little disclaimer there. I go and click and put up a disclaimer and read it. But on YouTube, if I'm talking about health fitness stuff, to protect myself from medical misinformation strikes, I use disclaimers. And yeah, it's better to not. So, honey,
Mm.
I like the we started painting a portrait of me for my birthday gift, and it's not completed yet. She showed me like the draft or like the it's a work in progress, where she's like, "Honey, I started making a painting of you for your birthday gift," and I like what you sent me. Meaning, for you, it's unfinished, right? When you sent me a picture messenger of your painting of me, it's not finished yet, but I think it's already good enough. I can take it as is. And I noticed I like the eyes. It looked like the eyes have soul. Okay. When I look at the eyes of painting, I noticed that it looked like capture feeling and look like
Mm.
have soul.
I'm still not
That's good. That helps.
finished yet
Propaganda like to deceive.
about your
My
picture.
class has a soul. Understand? We could use a propaganda poster. But like, see, Mike's has a soul. He's not a Nephilim or anything. A serpent seed. See, look at the picture
What?
of soul in the eyes. I've actually had people that they're like haters, that cyber stalkers go, Mike's eye is a Nephilim serpent seed. He doesn't have a soul. Okay, he's an offspring of Satan.
It's still not finished yet.
Yeah.
And now it's not look like you. But I have to make it more.
Hmm. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Now.
It's still not finished yet.
Okay. It's different than when you showed me before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's have some things of high in your
Oh,
picture.
okay. Now.
Yeah,
Okay, babe.
but I still not finished yet.
Hmm. Yeah. This is my vitamin C water with B complex. So I when I make fresh batch, okay, glass bottle 1 liter, and I put vitamin C powder inside a lot, and B complex tablet, and then fill little and spin it to mix, and then put more water, and when it's full, drink little, and then put more water, and keep put more water, add more water, and concentrate vitamin C water concentrate, and we is a Christian, which is why we could get married. Because the Bible says, as a Christian man, I should have married an unbeliever. So I told Wee when we started talking, and she actually proposed to me. We met on a dating site and started talking as friends. And it got to a point where she asked me if I want to be her boyfriend. I thought it was very sweet and cute. So first we talked as friends, and she's a charming young girl, and I liked her. And then eventually get to a point she asked me if I want to be her boyfriend. That was very sweet. And I said I need a moment, and I went kind of to the bathroom. I was praying and talking to God, and if I remember, I came back and told her, "Yeah, but you have to become a Christian." So it's like I briefed her with, "I'm a total individual." At some point, I briefed her, "I'm a total individual. I'm the target of a secret persecution program, so you have to know if you get with me, this risk involved. Like if you come and live with me, I'm a third individual. You might get targeted too just for living with me. So you need to like informed consent, know that before we decide. So it's like, first of all, I'm not about boyfriend girlfriend. I'm a Christian. So if we're gonna have a relationship, either it's gonna stay just friends or get married. Okay, I'm a Christian man. I'm only supposed to marry another Christian. So if you want to have a relationship with me, you're gonna have to become a Christian, and we're gonna have to get married. And I told her, I'm willing to wait for you. I'm going to start talking to you, read the Bible, teach the Bible, talk about Jesus and God, and wait for you to for it to click and for you to, if you after hearing Christ preached, it's like I want to become a Christian. That okay, that's your choice, and if you make that choice, then we can get married. Eventually, she believed the gospel, right? You understanding how to go to the heaven and believing, right? Yeah. So, yeah. Now you have to teaching 1 hour now about Jesus. I'm joking now, honey.
อันนี้ของขึ้นมาแล้ว
Honey. Now you have to teach
yeah
about Jesus 1 hour.
when I talk with my sister
Yeah. I'll take a short break. I'll be right back. I'll go to the kitchen. I'll be right back now. Okay, babe, I'm back. I'm gonna unplug the laptop and bring it with me to the kitchen to get some chores done. I'm gonna load up the dishwasher machine.
Hello.
I'm struck by your beauty again now. I've told you before, sometimes it's like I fall in love with her anew over and over again. Where it's like first time I call her in a day on a
Can you
video.
hear me?
Sometimes I'm like, wow, you look beautiful. It's almost like I fall in love again and again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I said I told the viewers that
โทรศัพท์ที่ชาร์จตอนไหนวะเพราะ
sometimes
ว่าหนูก็เพิ่งกำลังชาร์จอยู่
again and again. I gotta load up the dishwashing machine. It's gonna be so. These are my dishwashing tablets. These are perfume free, fragrance free, without perfume and colorings. So that's the type of dishwashing tablets I go for. I use natural products, like as natural as possible. So I use natural apple soap. Part of my health fitness coaching to teaching people how to be healthier. Part of my health fitness coaching for years has been recommending replacing your hygiene home cleaning products with more natural alternatives, like less toxic, less chemical ingredients. And this is natural apple soap, which is what I use for washing my hands, hand washing pots and pans, cleaning my floors, showering, all kinds of stuff. And dishwashing tablets, I go for the ones that are like the lightest ones, the mildest ones that they have. So start by putting this washing tablet in the tablet box. And with these, since they're a little bit lighter, I use two of them sometimes. One in the box, and then one that I put in the this. Okay, this little holder that you put the forks and stuff in. Silverware. It's more wear than silver on these forks and stuff. So before filling it, I gotta empty it. All the collection box. Hello, babe.
อัน
The cold draw.
นี้ my plan food is
Yeah.
burning now.
I like to use steel wool. Steel wool for cleaning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for this part,
It's burning here.
before putting it in the water,
Sometimes it's a bit
machine, I will do some
soft.
cleaning. Off this to intensify. Yesterday I was watching a series, one of my favorite miniseries, the Ever, about the Franklin expedition, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, British ships, polar expedition in the 1800s, and they were working to map the Arctic, and there was like a blank spot. So the Franklin expedition was sent to bomb vessels, bomb catchers, I think they might be called, like sturdy ships that have been decommissioned from military service and repurposed for polar exploration, which is part of what the British government had. This work to explore the Arctic. And around King William Island, uh, Baffin Bay, whatever. So they sent a polar expedition, the British, in the 1800s, early 1800s, and they all perished. They all died, and they have a mini series about that. So it's like based on real events. The HMS Terror, HMS Erebus. The series is called Terror. I think it might have been on Amazon Prime before, and I was gonna go watch on Amazon Prime yesterday. I have Prime Video, but you have to pay. Even if you have a Prime account, I couldn't watch that series. I think I could before, so they might have put it on. You got to pay for it now. Um, Now I watched the series before, and it's kind of interesting. And I've been doing some research where it's like look at the series and then doing real research on the real life event. Okay, and there's some theories about how they died, and some people say that it's a combination of scurvy, quite possibly lead toxicity. They were lead poisoned by the cans that they had with them, with the solder. So scurvy with lead poisoning, possibly botulism bacteria. So from researching, I'm led to believe that quite possibly the cans were poisoned with botulism, and that it wasn't just lead, but they had like cans with them, and that's been a prime suspect, like theories about how they died. And it's like possibly the lead solder in the cans that they had, and it's like 1800s. Okay, so these are not sealed with like lead solder. Okay, uh, the Heinz. Okay, they don't use lead to seal these. Okay? But they had cans or the stocks, and it's been suspected that the lead cans, like the tin can, the cans that they have with them on the ships for food, were part of what made them sick and die. That it was like lead toxicity. Okay. Now, I do believe there could also be botulism bacteria. There was like bacteria growing inside of the cans because lead it takes longer for it to make you sick, and it makes sense to me that it could be that it's like they started opening the cans, somebody eats the can, quickly becomes sick from botulism bacteria. So lead toxicity, being poisoned by lead, like the Romans had lead piping and stuff, and some people went nuts. But here's the point: so lead toxicity typically takes longer. It's not like if you eat. Um, like the boomers, they have lead pipes. It's not like you drink a glass of water from lead pipes and then you get sick right away. It takes some time from ingesting the lead until you have like symptoms. Okay, uh, so I do believe there could have been a bacteria toxin contamination problem with the cans, and maybe not the whole batch, but maybe one out of 100 or one out of a 500 cans or something, or one out of 50 had like spoiled and gone bad. And then when they're eating it, somebody eats and they see like the guy quickly start vomiting, gets sick and dies. And it's like, oh, the guy who ate out of the can. So it's like there's something in the cans, and then they become we're not eating out of the cans. Um, so I do believe that it could have been possibly some lead in the cans. But if I'm gonna theorize like the medical problems, yes, scurvy, vitamin C, severe end stage vitamin C deficiency, scurvy, in conjunction, like combined with botulism bacteria, Clostridium, meaning bacteria in the cans, where they started breaking open the cans, and they notice that they get sick quickly and die after eating the cans. And now that creates aversion where it's like the cans are poison, and despite starving, they still wouldn't eat from the cans because they found like a landing expedition, 4 men that went to was it King William Island or wait a minute, it's got a name, Starvation Cove, or I think it might be called Starvation Cove. Where it's like people left the ship, went on land, and there was like a little camp there with around 10 people, 5, 10 people, half a dozen or so. And they found signs of cannibalism at this camp, end stage cannibalism, which includes breaking bones to extract marrow. That's called end stage cannibalism, where it's like alive, where plane crash in the Andes. First stage cannibalism is people typically, and it's like a whole study of this, like the psychology of desperation. So it's like cannibalism, survival cannibalism. So there are native tribes, they're like cannibals. It might be a religious component where it's like the zombie witch doctor, like certain tribes in this world where it's like they have part of their culture is like cannibalism. Okay. And it's like, yeah, that's part of what we do, we eat. Okay. Uh, Now, normal people, like in the West, especially the British, would have aversion to like we're not savages, we're like English gentlemen, and we're not brute savages. And an Englishman would never eat another Englishman. We're not cannibals like the savages. Okay, so it would take quite a lot for a person from that culture, like the British gentleman uh, type of culture. You know what I'm saying? To be like engaging in cannibalism. Like an Englishman, that time and place to engage in cannibalism would have to get pretty darn desperate. Okay, do you understand? Because part of their culture is like also the rumors, where a lot of the oral history, a lot of the like clues to what happened to the Frank expedition are from Inuit testimonies, and they have oral history that is pretty accurate and reliable. Where it's like part of it, they don't have like books and libraries, the Inuit, at least not in the time in 1800s. So a lot of this oral tradition was like the elder in the village is like, when I was 2 moons old, I saw a polar bear eat an Inuit or something like this. And the man was screaming or something like this. And it's like, always remember, don't venture too far from the village alone or something like this. And they wouldn't have like a book or something like this with like history. There was a lot of it was oral history. Like the Inuit, their like knowledge database was carried mouth to mouth, okay, mouth to brain, brain to mouth, okay. So there were rumors when they sent people, the British is like, okay, these guys have gone missing, okay, they're AWOL, okay, let's send some people to try and find them, like a rescue operation, search and rescue. um, and they contact Inuit, and the Inuit have oral history now where they ask the Inuit, the Eskimos so called, what happened. It's like, yeah, we saw them engage in cannibalism. So it's a part of what they got when they sent people to, the Brits sent people to find out. It was a high society lady also that had like a charity type drive to be like, find her husband might have been the admiral or something like this, the captain. Be like, let's launch a rescue operation. Okay. And eventually they make contact with the Inuit, try to figure out what happened to the ships, and they don't find the ships. Okay, so this is the same in the 1800s. Okay, so they around 1840 or something is when they went missing, and in the 1800s they send search and rescue. Okay, and they make contact with the locals, the Inuit, and it's like, what do you know about? Have you seen like white people around here? Okay, it's like yes, and they were engaged in cannibalism. Okay, they were starving, they were engaged in cannibalism. And they also admitted to looting the ship from the Inuit Eskimo. It was like they had found the ship, one of the ships, the Terror de Erebus, stranded and abandoned. Okay, abandoned. And they had engaged in looting. Okay, looting the ship. They admitted to that. It was like, yeah, we found the ship empty, a big white man in the captain's log. Okay, the captain's cabin, and they called it an igloo. Okay, it's like we found an igloo inside the ship. So it's like everything is like they found like the living quarters with a dead captain. And they called, yeah, in the igloo we found a big white man dead in his bunk or something like this, or sitting. And then we were looting the ship, and we were like stripping wood boards because they were valuing the wood boards. And they also had like firearms there, like an armory with like bank sticks. Okay, they had gunpowder and bullets, uh, and guns, okay, pistols and muskets, okay, but they ignored them. They took some of them to beat the barrels into harpoons for seal hunting, okay. And I thought about that. It's like if the Eskimo knew what type of gold mine, it's almost like bringing an iPhone and like a lighter to an unconquered tribe that is still making fire by rubbing sticks together, and if you like come there, it's like it's almost like taking them to the future. Understand? It's like the Eskimo haven't gone through like inventing gunpowder and muskets and figuring out how to handle it and stuff. But it's like these people come and kind of fast track them, like kind of jump, bring them into the future. So these people didn't even have. I don't even think the Eskimo had bows and arrows. Okay, I don't even think they had bows and arrows because they're living in nature where they don't have trees that are like malleable enough to where you can have it springy and humble. So even if they would want like ranged weapons, all they would have is like throwing stuff. Okay, they didn't have things growing where you could have like trees to cut down and make a bow out of. Okay, so they have then even had like bows become part of their tool set of survival, like hunting with bows and stuff, which I guess you could do. You could have like a barbed arrow. You could have them use that in the hunting where they have like harpoons and throw it into seal and get it. If they would have bows, they could have like a barbed arrow with a string on or something like this and shoot it into seal or something like this. I suppose. So the Eskimo, as far as I know, I don't even think that they had like bows and arrows yet for hunting. Um, and here's a ship that they're looting that has firearms. Okay, so be like kind of it's almost like being brought to the future. Understand? It's like skipping hundreds of years of inventions, inventing things, and like progressing as a culture, and just being taken straight into the future. It's similar to if you could find some uncounted tribe in Papua New Guinea or something like this, and they're still hunting with like spears, and you give them like an AR-15 or something like this, or like a 12 gauge loaded with like buckshot or birdshot. Like if they would find from an airplane, some unconquered tribe is still hunting like bows and arrows and like blowguns or something like this. And if like a crate will fall out of a military airplane on the island with AR-15s and like 12 gauge shotguns with birdshot, like how much easier it would be for them to hunt and survive and fight other tribes and stuff if they had that. Um, so anyway, they were kind of as they were looting the ships, the Eskimo, and they admitted to this. It's like when the white people came to search for the other white people that gone missing, and they contact like Eskimo societies, like villages, the Inuit, and asked them about, have you seen white people? We're looking for other white people that gone missing over here. And the Eskimo like, yeah, uh, we've seen them. Like the white people came from the ships, and they abandoned the ships, and they were eating each other. Okay, they left the ship, and some of them we saw them eating each other. They were cannibalizing. Okay, and the British would be like when news got back to Britain, they'd be like, "Oh no, never, not Englishmen." It's like it'd be like shame, understand? It'd be like, "No," it's like the Englishmen are not barbarian savages. And the English in these expeditions, they would make contact with like savages and be like, "Yeah, we are superior. We're the British." And some other tribes, it's like they walk with long cloths, but we have it's like powdered wigs type. And we're like we're not like the savages that we sometimes encounter on our expeditions. Okay, so if that was really like an affront, and they didn't want to believe that, there's like news get back that yes, the English they were eating each other at the end stage. Okay, we saw them eating each other, and then that get comes back, and there were people really be like, this is not true. Okay, we were refusing to believe that these people were eating each other, engaging in cannibalism. And if there's any proof of cannibalism, then it was the Eskimo that were eating the dead white people. That is okay. So, an Eskimo, they wouldn't have cannibalism as part of their culture. They were living quite comfortably, uh, and they would only engage in it as a last resort. Okay, it's the Eskimo. Now here's the point too, kind of interesting. The pattern to success, if you look at it, hindsight 2020 and like distance, it's like as a kind of it's almost like I'm getting really nerding out about this. I'm really interested in this fact expedition. Become like a thing that I got almost like obsessed about, really interested as like an area of research and stuff. Started with seeing the Netflix series and then do like research into the real world event, okay, which is based off of. So it's kind of like a whole movie, the miniseries, The Terror, where it's like based on real events, okay? Where it's like it's maybe 50 to 80 or 90% accurate to historical accounts, but obviously there wasn't a medical polar bear that was hunting them and stuff like this, okay? Now in real life, I don't believe so. Like Tumbak, okay? Um, but it's the point. Uh, Obviously, the pattern to success would be to make contact. And once you're looking at history, say, okay, they're stranded in the Arctic, they're running low on supplies, they're starving to death, they got problems, and they slowly died, and they get to a point of starvation, they start eating each other. Like obviously the Eskimo in the same environment are living comfortably. The Inuit. It's like, and the Eskimo that for multiple generations they see these people, it's like they're living kind of comfortably, understand? It's like they have a village, an igloo, like huts, whatever, and they have enough to eat and they're not eating each other or like dying like flies, okay? So the Eskimo in the same environment have like the old little societies, like villages and stuff, and they're living like normal. It's like, okay, here's my grandfather getting old now, and they have children being born in that environment and like multiple generations surviving effectively in that environment. So like obviously the obvious solution would be to for the Frank expedition to establish good relations with the natives. Okay. To be like show up, be like, hey guys, we're dying here and can we move in with you guys in the village or something like this, or just somehow kind of establish good relations with the natives, and they would have bargaining power too. Meaning, at the situation where they had the ships, and they were still living off of the ships when they were stranded, so they were still living in the ships after they were ice locked, like stranded, frozen into the ice. Now they would have a lot of bargaining powers. It's not like relying on empathy to be like, pretty please, can you help us survive or something like this. They would have things that the Eskimo valued because after they all starved to death and abandoned the ships, the Eskimo will go to the ship and loot it and be like, wow, they got wood boards here that we can use for tool making and stuff. And they got metal, okay, that we can use to make like arrowheads or whatever. So they had things that they would value. Now, if they would stay there, make contact with the natives as a survival strategy, be like, let's make contact with the natives and establish trade with them. And it'd be like, you bring us a seal, understand, like a relationship like that. We like, you bring us like a seal to this ship, and that's a lot of calories, like fat and meat. And they know how to hunt seal. They know how to find the seal. They know what tools to use. They know how to acquire food in that environment and not starve to death. Okay, so it's like if you could get to a point where it's like, okay, you bring us a seal every 2 weeks, and we trade you, and you'd be like, here's a pistol that you can use. Okay, a seal, you get a pistol for a seal. And they could be like, look, this bang stick, what it can do. They'd be like, have a bird or something like this, bang, and it falls down. It's like, okay, see, this is what this thing does. You bring us a seal, you get one of these pistols, okay? And then maybe next time it's like, we're out of pistols. It's like you get 3 wood boards, like planks, and this much gunpowder for that pistol we traded to you before, and then bullets for it, okay? And you could have like a trading thing and establish good relations. So hindsight being 2020 and looking at this from a distance and after, it's like obviously be like, well, if you look at what happened, they get stranded there, starve to death, start eating each other, and that extends the lifespan a little bit possibly, but they still die of starvation eventually, cold, exhaustion, disease. If they would have earlier in the timeline established contact with the natives and either gotten the natives like adopt them and they move in with them in the Eskimo village and become like adopted by the Eskimo and like become Eskimo, okay, and live with them, or keep living on the ship but have a trading relationship with the Eskimo, okay, that could have helped them survive. Now part of it too, if they were lead poisoned and had scurvy and sickness and stuff, and they were emaciated and nutrient deficient, it's like they might have been like really in survival mode and not that clear thinking. Okay, they might have been mentally and physically unwell to a point where it's easy for me now to be like in hindsight and not being like starving to death and super lead poison and super vitamin C deficient to like having scurvy to be like, well, clearly a way to survive for these people would have been to establish trade with the Eskimo and good relations with them because these people obviously know how to survive in this climate. But it's kind of interesting. We had like the Frank expedition, the ship gets frozen into the ice and they're starving to death. They're dying like flies. Eventually, somebody leave the ship and like have a camp on the mainland or some island, and then they eat each other and then die there after like extended lifespan of trying to by eating each other, engage in cannibalism. They die there. But it's like obviously, if they would have contacted the Eskimos, stayed on the ship and got in the Eskimo a relationship was like trade, was like you come and bring like a seal to us. Because that's part of what the Eskimo do. They hunt seals, okay, to survive and fish. They fish and hunt seals. So they obviously are good at getting food, sustenance, nutrients out of this environment. They know they have like the multiple generations passed down knowledge of like how to find seals, get them, and then like how to use the seal carcass to make clothes and how to make food that you don't die from eating from the seal. It's like they know that if you eat raw polar bear meat, you die of. It's like getting sick. So, like bears can have what is it? Not trichinosis, like some kind of parasite infection. So they already know there's some white people that had died in polar expedition because they eat seagulls or like they engage in hunting polar bears and they get sick with some parasite infection from eating polar bear meat, either just handling the carcass or eating the meat and they get some parasite infection that kills them. Okay. Now, obviously, the Eskimo know that it's like if people eat this, they die. They get sick and die. They know from multiple generations of living here. It's like you can't just like eat raw polar bear meat because they know from the old tradition, like trial and error in this environment. There's like, yeah, we figured out that if you eat raw polar bear meat, you get sick and you die. Okay, and it's like this thing in the environment, the Arctic. This fish you can eat. This is how to catch that fish. This is how to prepare that fish to eat it without dying. Okay, you need to boil it this long or something like this. Then here's how to catch a seal. Here's what you can do with the seal. It's like you cut it here to get like the skin, and then here's how you stitch it to make clothes out of it. And here's how to extract the fat, and from the fat you can make preserves or something like this, pemmican, but whatever. They will have all this like know-how. So the British knew they came there with cans and stuff. Now, obviously, a way for them to have survived would be alternate history if they would have made contact with the natives, the Eskimo, and established, as far as I'm concerned, trading relationships with them. Where it's like they have the ship straddling the ice, and before escaping ship and banning it, there were some time where they were like living in the ship for 1 or 2 years around there as like a base. The ship was frozen, stuck in the ice, but they were still living on the ship. Okay, um, if they at this point would establish good relations with the natives and got them to be like every 2 weeks you come with a seal carcass to us, okay, for example, that's simple, and then they trade them something. It's like you show up here with food and we give you something. So it's like the Eskimo know, okay, we show up to these white people with some food, they give us something that we value. If that's like a wood board or like some metal objects that they can use to make jewelry or buttons or spear tips out of. Okay, it's like so we know that it's like okay, we bring this guy's food, they give us something that we value. Okay, and then it could become a thing where it helps them to survive many years until these people show up and be like, hey, we are the white people. We're looking for the white people who went missing over here. And they might still be alive then in the ship. And part of what Inuit oral history, the Eskimo, responsible for the sinking of the ship. So one of the ships, there's the Terebus and Erebus. And the signs that one of the ship, they, after banning it, remand it and try to sail it because it's far away. Okay, it's like 10 kilometers, I think, away or something from the other ship. And oral histories, like one of them is sunk shallow water, and that's part of why this like very interesting archaeological, like for Parks Canada. They've had expeditions where they go to the wrecks and collect artifacts. Okay, and they have on Parks Canada. You can look at images of some of the recovered artifacts, and like the mother lode, like what was like the jackpot would be if you could find a logbook from the cabin of one of the ships, like a journal, to find out more about what happened. And I'm hoping for that, meaning from researching this, it's like they've recovered some artifacts from the wrecks. Okay, diving. I think it's Parks Canada they're responsible for it. And it's like 2023, we brought this up from the wreck, 2024, 2021, and they had like different years where they went down to collect artifacts from the ship, like archaeological, underwater archaeology. And they found a desk in one of the ships that's like sealed shut with sediment. Okay. And everything they brought up is in like good condition because it's so cold. Okay. It'd be like putting something in a freezer or something like this. So it is so cold, the water, and not that violent. So it's like everything is well preserved. Okay, you have plates that look like they were made yesterday or something like this, and shaving brushes and all kinds of stuff. Now the mother lode, like the jackpot, will be if they can find a captain's log in like the desk of one of the ships, uh, and recover it, and it will be readable. Which like you could have like 1843. We're starving to death. 3 men has left the ship to try to find shores of like this, and this guy died this day. He was vomiting before he died, or something like this. And if you could find that, that would be really interesting. So anyway, it's one of these like rabbit holes that I've been going down and kind of enjoyed researching the Franklin expedition, the fate of the Franklin expedition. Oh yeah, so according to Inuit Eskimo testimony, when like the white people show up and ask, uh, trying to get intel information on what happened to the Frank expedition, because it's like all they found is dead people, empty ships, or like missing ships. I think by the time that the white people come looking, like the rescue expeditions, the ships are sunk. They can't find them. So it starts with like they ask an Inuit, and they go like, "Oh yeah, it's sunk over here," and it took many years until they went diving where the Inuit said that the ship sunk. Okay. Now, once they went looking where the Eskimo had told them, when the white people come, like, hey, we look for the Frank expedition. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, they were cannibalizing at the last part before. Okay, we know what happened, kind of. They used to be parked over here with the ships. We would see them sometimes. Last part was they were eating each other, and the ships sunk over here. And it took many years until they started diving and looking, and they found the ships exactly what Eskimo had told them that they had sunk. Okay, um, and part of the or like what the Eskimo told them is, yeah, the ships were abandoned for quite some time. We found it, and the village, one of the Eskimo villages, they fessed up to looting it, and they go like, yeah, so we saw a ship, we walked out to look in there, we found a big white dead man in the captain's log, and they called it the igloo. Okay, we looked in the igloo, and in the igloo there was a big white man. We needed to be like 6 Eskimo to carry his body, or something like this. Okay, um, and then they go, we were looting it, and they gave some details. It's like we were getting planks, wood. So the Eskimo were very good, because if you look at, they live basically on like ice, and it's just rocks. It's like froze. It's just ice, snow, and rocks is what they have pretty much. And they don't have like grass and like trees growing all over to get wood from. So part of what they were working to loot off the ships were wood, okay, that they could use for stuff. So they fessed up, like they talked to, from my research, like once they sent rescue operations to look for the white people, and meaning the British sent people to look for the lost Frank expedition and try to find survivors. Once they don't find survivors, they try to figure out what happened to them before they died, okay, and stuff like this. And part of what they got back from the Eskimo was that one Eskimo village had saw the ship a day. They had seen something out on the ice, and they got curious, went there, and they saw an empty ship. They went back home, returned the next day, and looted it. Okay, like several Eskimo from that village, and what they were looting was planks, wood. Okay, and they said that they had broken a hole. They had to figure out how to like board and enter the ship. So how the Eskimo had gotten access into like the hold, like the inner part of the ship, but to just beat a hole at the side of the ship, close to the waterline. Now this was when the ship was frozen into the ice. So they come walk up on the ice and there's like there's no door or like some little curtain like the guess like they have for the igloo so for this. So it's like they just start beating a hole in the side of the ship to get into it. And then they made a hole, they get in there, start looting. And then later on when the ice thawed, because there was a hole close to the waterline, when it came summer and the ice thawed and the ship resets again, the hole went to the waterline, took in water and sunk. So from my research, it's like at least one of the ships sank because the Eskimos beat a hole in it to loot it. Okay, and that's why it sank. Okay, these were sturdy, well-built ships. They were bomb catchers, bomb ships, and one of the ships was actually used by the British in a historical battle. The same battle that was the inspiration for a lawyer writing the national anthem for America. On the rockets, red glare. Was it Fort, not Fort Hood, but there was like a part of the American history is there was like a fort that was being bombarded by the British, okay? And a man, a lawyer, who was looking at the battle, okay, an American who was seeing the battle where they were bombing an American fort, he was inspired by seeing the battle to write the poem that became the American national anthem, okay? So anyway, his point, one of the ships in question partook in that battle and was one of the ships that were lobbing bombs on the fort. So the ships were bomb catchers, which part of like the Age of Sail warships. They would have ships of the line, meaning ships with like a lot of cannons on it. You had like first rate, second rate, third rate, and like 72 cannons, 100 cannons, and different types of warships. Okay, ships of the line, um, all kinds of ships. And then they would have bomb catchers, which means they would have a ship that didn't have cannons on the sides to shoot. They had like mortars where they could have the ship and it fires in a high arc and crashes down. So for coastal bombardment, like bombarding forts from the ocean, they were good, and mostly used to engage land targets, the bomb catchers, and not like ship on ship warfare. So one of the ships, at least one of them, HMS Erebus HMS Terror, partook in the battle, British versus America, where they were bombarding a fort, and that battle, like attacking the fort, became the inspiration for the U.S. national anthem. So anyway, here's the point. I'm gonna load up the washing machine. Take it back to talk about this later. And the walkers red, oh say Lucy. Da, 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 da. We tapped out. Babe, she might have gone for dinner with her family or something and not hung up. She might be having dinner with her family right now and left her phone. I kept the call going. Yeah, so it's one of these rabbit trails that I really got into research, and it's really interesting. The Franklin expedition. Hello,
Hello,
babe.
sorry.
Oh no. Hello, welcome back, babe.
Sorry, this is.
Huh?
Hello, sorry, this is.
Oh, okay. I haven't been checking the chat. I guess you look at the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of times when I'm live, I don't check the chat. Uh, you're my Eskimo now. You
I
look like
cannot
Eskimo.
sleep.
I talk about Eskimo. You look like Eskimo girl.
Okay.
I think you would look good in like a hoodie with that
Uh,
have uh like tail of some dead animal around. It look good on you now. You have
mhm.
some clothes made from
Yeah,
skin
you I can say like that.
or seal and have a tail of dead animal around your face. It look good to you, understand?
Okay,
Hold on, man.
that's cute.
I'm gonna start the washing machine. And then I was talking about some interest. I'm interested about research about what happened to white people who go to a cold place and dying. Understand? So that in 1800s has some uh, white people go to discover to make map from the Arctic, okay, where Eskimos live, and have some British people in the 1800s, 1800, uh, and they want to know they want to make map. Okay, over here have this, over here have that, and they dying. Everybody dying over there, and they made a mini series about that called the Terror, based on real events. And after watching the series, I really liked it. It's like a good series, similar to this Chernobyl. I like that mini series too. So Chernobyl and Terror, those are two really good mini series. And after seeing the mini series about the Franklin expedition, it's like based on world events, based on real events. There's a lot of stuff that wasn't in there and kind of speculating and stuff and filling in blanks of the plot and then like adding fantasy components or like magical polar bears and stuff. But it was based on real events. And after seeing it, I've been looking into the real events a little bit, like the historical expedition that the series is based on.
My signal is bad.
Hold on, babe. Uh, Right now, my attention is a little bit divided. I gotta load up the washing machine and get back to talking to you. Last step is pouring in some vinegar in the washing compartment. Oh, say, can you see? Okay, stop. Now, wash my hands and can get to other things. Okay. Yeah.
My cookies.
No, I'm washing my hands now.
When you're cooking.
Not cooking. What I was doing, I was washing dishes. Okay, so I was pre-washing. Some things I cleaned them a little bit by hand before putting them in the dishwashing machine. And after that, I'm washing my hands because my hands are dirty and greasy from touching dirty stuff. Okay, yeah. So the Franklin expedition is highly interesting to me as an area of research, and there's a lot of things that make it relevant, like how bad vitamin C deficiency can be for you. So part of what they died from, it's speculated, is scurvy. Okay, so if you have severe vitamin C deficiency to the level you got scurvy, it makes you so much more vulnerable to like dying from things normally you survive. It's like infections. If you have scurvy, you're more likely to get super sick and things like this. It takes longer to recover. If you're super vitamin C deficient, you're more likely to die of like pneumonia. You're more likely to die of like catch a cold, and you end up dying when
Hello.
you catch the cold.
Hello. Hello.
Gonna have to do another disclaimer now.
Hello.
Back in the chat. So hopefully people won't be getting themselves blocked because they're
It's
whining about
it's
why
does you know.
stuff like this. Just people just getting blocked. Okay. So I'm gonna do another disclaimer. So I talked about how I believe that if you get scurvy and get super vitamin C deficient, I believe that you're more likely to catch and die from the flu or pneumonia or like a cold, the common cold, and like dying from the common cold or something like this. And also more likely to die from an infection. So if one of them had like a cut on their finger from uh, okay, and it gets infected, more likely to die of an infection if the super vitamin C deficient, and they might have survived it if they weren't. That's what I was saying. So we're gonna get to the disclaimers now, since we're on YouTube, not just on Rumble. This content is for educational purposes only and does not replace professional medical advice. Always consult a qualified healthcare professional. Okay, there you go. So yeah. So anyways, I started blasting. Back to what I was saying. So we're hitting them uh, with the truth. So I gotta check the chat quickly. Why are you so beautiful now? Why you had this so beautiful every time? No. Why you?
Thank you.
Why you? Okay. Why you? Oh, we had Sarir in the chat. Just being friendly, okay. Hello,
My
Sarir.
headphone is low battery.
Up the chat. I haven't been checking the chat, okay. Watashi i cheku chatu, okay. I haven't been checking the chat, okay. So I see Sarir was in here. Hello, Sarir. Hello, Sarir. Konbanwa. It's 16:15 in Sweden, so Japan is at least 7 hours plus, 7 or 8. I think 7. So it's
Konbanwa.
oh yeah, good job, eh? So welcome. Thank
Okay.
you for visiting. Sarir, there's been a few times I've been a little bit irked. Now, this is just general, okay? It's like if there's somebody that's okay, nice and point. I'm describing how I've been able to like the interaction with Sariri. So like rating the friendship experience with Sariri. I'd say she's been getting alongable, and a lot of times she shows up in my chat. It's neutral plus. It's either like okay, Sariri's in the chat writing and it doesn't bother me. Whereas a lot of people say in the chat
Um,
it bothers me. Uh, and
I want to try something to eat.
okay, babe.
I gotta go.
Okay, you have to hop off now, or what? Do you have to hop off?
I gotta go.
Okay, babe.
I need to eat.
Okay, if you want, you can come back later now. I can call you again.
Um, it's low battery.
Okay,
My headphone.
up to you now. I wouldn't mind. I would like it if you join again later. I will stay live for a while. And if you want, you can charge your headphones. And if you feel like it, you can join again now. I will make video talking about stuff and show some stuff. But if you want, you can join later again now. You did good today.
Uh, Thank you. I think I will not try you again today because my sister she came.
Yeah, okay, that it's fine. Okay, it's okay now. I'm glad you joined me for a little bit now. My Eskimo girl.
Okay. Talk later, my handsome.
Okay. Oh, my handsome.
Bye
My
bye.
beautiful. Okay. Bye bye now. I love you now. My beautiful.
Love you too.
Mwah. Okay.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay. So yeah. So actually, so I'm not screen sharing anymore. We gotta do a little surprising here. Gonna do this. Gonna find. Okay. Gonna do something cool here. Get down on this. Test. Save. Then go to. And so I just say, okay, I'm gonna make a chat GPT, see how accurate we can get it. To tell chat GPT to make an edit or we dress like an Eskimo and see how striking it is. Like it's just missing the outfit, understand? It's like I see an Eskimo when I look at her, understand? It's got the squinty eyes, it got red claws, it got green skin, no name, a crackhead. I have to study his behavior. Okay, so and it's lead stack like so. Here's the point. It's like look at we see an Eskimo to make like a raw diamond, diamond in the rough. This would make like she'll make like a great Eskimo. Okay, okay, and it's just missing like the all that's missing is the Eskimo paraphernalia, like the head and like the tire. So we got to go to practical special effect. Now we got to go to CGI. So we's getting casted as an Eskimo in this live stream if she wants to or not. Understand? Is getting casted is going to feature this feature length live stream production as an Eskimo. Okay, so we get the movie post see if you can come up later and act the part too. Okay, hey, you're an Eskimo. Okay, let's go. Oh, bloop, 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 or something like this. So what is the part? Create an image. Okay, upload a photo. What should begin with? Where should we begin? Okay, with the right. Create image. Uh, dressed as Eskimo. Okay. Creating image. Sketching it out. If I had like the Prime, the paid version of ChatGPT might have been done like this. It's like you have like a pipeline where it's like the fast and it's like so I'm on the free version. Setting the scene. Okay. So it's generating. I just got a screenshot or we and put a ChatGPT go dressed as Eskimo. And now it starts, it's working. The gears are turning. Adding final touches. So we'll see how it turns out. Yeah, yeah, thank you. And we're a match made in heaven, I'd say. I pray to God. I'm a single Christian man, and I was praying to God that He helped me find my wife. Okay, so I'm a Christian. So I'm not looking. Oh, you say I've been single for many years. A volcel, I suppose, an incel. Incels are guys who are trying to get a date a girlfriend they can't. Okay, a volcel is like I'm not gonna hang out with girls until I'm married. So I'm waiting to find the wife. Okay, a woman to spend the rest of my life. But once I find that woman, I can get married. That's the point. Uh, yeah, so basically, the story of me and we is I was a single Christian man and content with remaining single for many years. I got to a point where I started thinking I want to find a wife. I'm ready for a romantic relationship again, and I feel like I want one. And I started praying to God to help me find a wife, and I found a wife, and feels like a perfect match. So as far as I'm concerned, and I told me too, it's like I believe that quite possibly, God help me find you. I ask God, help me find my wife, okay, the wife for me, okay, a good wife. And I ask God that when I find a woman, so it's like you can ask for a good wife material woman, okay, it's like general stuff. It's like a woman who be compatible with you as a human being in the natural, like personality, temperament, that says that it's compatible. Now, also, since I'm a Christian, there's a rule where I'm not supposed to marry an unbeliever. Okay, that's the Bible. The stupid rules and there's rules. No, none of God's rules for you as a man is stupid. I saw Ron Peter talk about don't follow stupid rules. Like a post. I sometimes check out Ron Peters, and some of the posts he makes are kind of profoundly interesting. So I share one of his posts on Jordan Peterson's page. Don't follow stupid rules. So the stupid rules be like, don't scratch your nose on a Sunday or something like this. Okay. Now, I don't. So, anyways, the point there is a rule that's a good rule. God has a rule where he goes, if you're a saved person, you're not supposed to marry an unbeliever. Okay. What fellowship hath light with darkness? He to believe in infant of Christ or Belial. And that specifically I'm referencing quoting from the passage in the Bible that is teaching that. Okay. Meaning that a Christian should not be married to an unbeliever. Okay. You shouldn't marry an unbeliever. Um, Now, if you are lost, get married to another lost person, and then you get saved, and your respective other is not saved yet, it's not that God says you should divorce them. You should be working to get them saved with your prayers and living as a Christian. As a good example, you can have influence on the person if the unbeliever departs and support. So, if two people are lost, one gets saved. Okay, two lost people, non-Christians, they get married as lost. Okay, not Christians. One of them gets saved. So God is not saying, okay, since they're an unbeliever, divorce them. No, you should work to get the person saved. Uh, Now, as a Christian, I'm not gonna get married to an unbeliever, which means I already know that the rules are that I'm not supposed to be an unbeliever. So when I pray to God, I pray that He'll help me find, once I got to put in my life where I feel like I'm ready and interested for a romantic relationship, a wife. There's parameters. It's not like, oh, a girlfriend for some time, or maybe start dating and then go to the nightclub, one night stand here, maybe a 6 month relationship over here, I'll take a title girl, find somebody else. That's not what I'm looking for as a Christian. It's like, I'm looking for a wife, okay? It's like either married, stay together forever, or nothing. Okay. So either I'm staying single. If I'm gonna be in a romantic relationship with a woman, it's gonna be for wife. Okay. A wife. So I pray to God to help me find a wife, basically. And God knows generally what a good wife is. He's got the Proverbs, meek and quiet spirit, a virtuous woman who can find. So there's got to be general, like a good wife. It's like a good man, see, is a man who's willing to suffer and be sacrificial towards his wife, for example. So a good husband, I mean, if a woman is praying, a single Christian woman for a good husband, God knows this, and what makes a good husband is a man that has sacrificial love towards a husband, loves your wives, even as Christ loved the church and gave himself for it. So God knows, like a man, like even in the natural lost people, a man who's more willing to sacrifice in loving his wife is a better man than a man who's not and more selfish and just looks at his wife as somebody that I get what I want out of. Whereas the Bible teaches a man should be loving his wife in a sacrificial way, okay, including willing to lay down his life in the defense of the weaker vessel, which means what God is teaching that as a husband, you should be ready to die for your wife. Like, for example, if there's a burglar home invasion in the middle of the night, you should be like hide under the bed as a man and go, honey, go to take care of it. Do you understand? Like, if we was there with me right now and like 3 a.m. there's a crack kid jump through the window, it should be like, honey, you go take care of it, and I like hide under the bed, understand? But you fight the burglar, protect me or something. It shouldn't be like that. Anything should be either like you stay here, I deal with it, understand? And risk being like losing my life and getting injured to protect my wife. Okay, see, the woman being the weaker vessel. Okay, so now husband love your wives. The Bible teaches for husbands to love their wives, and the reason when God says that, if everything was just automatic for human beings, God wouldn't have to tell you how to live. So the reason God has to tell you to love your wife It's not going to come natural for you. Just 24/7, just automatically end up loving your wife. Okay. So God has to tell you, husband, love your wives. There's going to be a tendency to not love your wife enough. Okay. And be a lover of pleasures more than love of God and your wife. And if you're not loving your wife enough and you're too much in love of pleasures, you end up watching porn as your wife is sleeping or something. It's like cheating on her virtually. And like a slippery slope. Now, if you get into like light cheating on your wife by watching porn, like dirty videos, when you have your wife, okay, how big of a step is it now, like a slippery slope, from some girl at work flirts with you and you jump in bed with her if you could? If you're already cheating on a wife, you're the type of man that's like a lover of pleasures. You're watching porn and sexually gratifying yourself. You know you have a wife, and you're that corrupt and wicked. I'm not joking. There's Christian men that are still watching porn at least once a week, despite being married and having a wife. I haven't watched porn one time for more than 6 months, and I live alone, honestly. And I have an online relationship with my wife, and I still don't go watch porn, honestly. Um, now, so it's like husband love your wife. So it's like if I love my wife, love it. What's love and what's not? What is love? Okay, you're not gonna hurt your wife if you love her. Baby, don't hurt you no more. Oh yeah. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, whatever. That's the point. So, um, yeah. So here's the point. Husband love your wives. Okay, the Bible says. Why does God tell you things? It's like thou shalt not steal. Why does God have to make a rule and tell humans, don't be doing this? Because it's gonna be a natural tendency to end up doing it. So if people just naturally end up living the way God wants to do, there's no need to be like, don't do this and do that. If everything just came natural, the people just I got saved, I'm a Christian now, and you're just automatically gonna end up pleasing God 100% of the time, all the time. God wouldn't have to tell you when you're not pleasing Him. Okay, it's like this type of behavior I don't like. Okay, avoid it. Lie not one to another, because in your sin nature, you're gonna have a natural tendency to not lying. So God tells you a rule: you don't be lying. The reason He has to tell you don't lie is because you're gonna have natural tendencies in your life after getting saved to feel like lying. Okay. See, there's going to be a tendency to lie. And if you just walk after the Spirit, you're not going to end up fulfilling the lust of the flesh. So, like the simple is just focusing on maintaining fellowship with the Lord. Okay. Now, then you also have like the nuts and bolts, like knowing when you're not pleasing the Lord. Understand? Because it is for somebody to go, yeah, I'm walking after the Spirit, please the Lord all the time. Okay. See, walking in darkness and like alive. It's like, yeah, I'm pleasing God all the time. I'm walking after the Spirit. But it's like there can be things if you learn the scriptures, like this is sin and not something God does. Like, oh, I've been doing that. I thought I was kind of living right, but it's like here's something God says is wrong to do. Okay, so the Bible says, "Husband, love your wives." Okay, there's another verse in the Bible talks about being a lover of pleasures more than a lover of God in the end times. It's like a bad thing. God is critiquing, criticizing humanity. There's like in the end times, well, it might not be end times, the passage is like lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God. So God is like critique, is like here's a bad way that people end up being lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God. See? And what is pleasure? What is mouth pleasure? I like milkshakes, gives me like a sugar rush. I feel great, understand? Uh, it can be watching porn, it feels good. So why are men that are weak and effeminate uh, still haven't overcome like I have porn watching? And I'm not trying to be like arrogant. I've probably been worse than a lot of guys in sexual immorality wise. It years back. If I look at how before I got to there where like I'm not even watching porn anymore. Okay. Which is pretty recent if you look at how long my life has been in years. 37 years now. Uh, so it's not that it's like I'm saying I've always been pure. It's about it's like right now it's like I'm purer in that area than the average person for sure. And a lot of Christians are still watching porn. A lot of Christians are still watching porn. Me, there's not one time a week, not one time per month, not one time every 3 months that I go to a porn website, okay, and look at videos. That's sexual perversion. It's despicable. It's wicked. It's perverted. Okay. If I'm not gonna get weird here, but if I would want to, it's like if I wanted to kind of get cutesy. I mean, I could close my eyes and imagine my wife. I don't have to get specific, but it's like whatever type of stuff. So it's a point. Uh, yeah. So if you love your wife, a Christian man, you're married. If you love your wife, you're not going to end up virtually fornicating, committing sin adultery. You're not going to end up seeking strange women online when your wife is sleeping and getting as close as possible to kind of the experience of doing sexual stuff with another woman who's not your wife by looking at another woman who's not your wife in videos doing stuff and pleasuring yourself when you're doing it. See? You're not going to be doing that if you're walking in love, if you're having love towards your wife. And the reason God has to tell you and give you parameters is for you to regulate your behavior and be like, oh, I've been doing that. God says it's wrong. Stop doing it. And also to let you know when you're not pleasing the Lord, because there's a deception in the sin nature. That you can think that you're walking in light by walking in darkness and you're lying. Where it's like, yeah, I'm right with the Lord. Okay, I'm walking in the light. I don't have any sins really that I'm doing. And it could be that a person is like, it's been normalized. There's like, well, everybody watches porn. And they're Christian and they don't even like, I'm not even sure watching porn is a sin. I do it now, then, but everybody does and don't feel like they're doing something wrong. And if they study the scriptures enough, they're going to get the idea that, oh, watching porn is a sin and it's a serious one. Okay. So this, uh, whatever is the point? Let's one last tweak. Okay. So it's still not finished. That's kind of ridiculous. So I went to the tab and I'm still waiting for the finish. Anyway, so yeah, anyway, so we and me, a match made in heaven. I prayed to God. I was a single Christian man for many years, a vault cell, meaning I wasn't an incel, like a loser. It's like unattractive, low sexual market value, that just can't attract a woman. I was volunteer. I was like, after coming out of a long-term multi-year relationship with a woman, a serious relationship, I was living with her for many years. Um, After that ended, I was like, either it's like if that woman wants to get back with me, I want to get back with her. It's kind of sad. I was like, people I love can't let go. It's like this, like a one woman type of guy. But it's like I bought it to that woman. It's like that's my woman. And once we broke up, it's like I'm not don't want anybody else. It's like either if my ex comes back and want to get back with me, I'm willing. But if not, then I'm staying single. Okay, see, I'm not even gonna try to get hooked up with anybody else. Okay, it's I'm a pit bull of it. I'll let go, not easily. So anyway, after and that's how God intended. So that's close to the pattern. Where it's like it's not natural to be like be romantic and have a relationship with a woman and then just quickly get out of it and get into a new one because that's not how God made you. You're supposed to, you're made by God to have one woman become incredibly bonded and attached to her. Okay. And you're not built for like one woman for a while, get over it quickly. It's like, yeah, we had like good and bad times together. We both it's like we were having sex and cutesy stuff and hugs and kisses and talking and then just break up and jump into a new relationship and it's like it's over. I'm just so over that and into something else. You're not built for that. A human being, you're made for one woman. So all of your things, your psychology, biology, your hardware, software, like you're a human being, you were made by God to have one woman, which means once you have one woman, it's supposed to be that you find a woman and this one woman you spend the rest of your life with. And that's what you're built for. That's what God has intended for man, to have one woman, okay? So it's not supposed to be like, oh, you have a woman in for a relationship for a few years, just it breaks up and just, oh, you're so over her in 2 minutes, you don't care anymore, and just you're ready for another one, just jump from woman to woman. You're not built for that, really. Now you see nature is like constantly looking for like get bored with this and looking for new stimuli. It's like, oh, this is like a good time. Oh, this woman is cute. Let's get with her. That's just in nature. But like your core human program is like God did not build you and make you for polygamy. Okay, God, you're made for monogamy. Okay, a monogamous relationship. So anyway, that's the point. Um, I was single for many years. I prayed to God to find a wife, and obviously I already had like either I saw it's like I'm praying to God to find a wife. I'm asking God to help me find a wife. I decided I want to get into a relationship, and the rules are a relationship as a Christian man should not be a one night stand or a girlfriend for some time, and then if I can board her for another relationship, another woman. No, it's gonna be a woman to marry and stay with. Okay, or nothing. So I'm praying to God that He help me find the one for me, my wife. Okay, and I prayed to God that she would either be so help me find a wife, and asking that this wife, when I kind of would already be a Christian when I meet her, and that means we're ready to get married, or open and receptive of that she end up asking about that she become a Christian after I meet her. Okay, and as far as I'm concerned, the prayer has been answered because I encounter we and quickly like start falling in love and seeing that this is good wife material. Okay, it's like this just the intuition, like this the feeling you complete me. I feel that this woman will complete me. She's a good match. Understand? Phew. Okay, whatever. So, but no, we're not doing that stuff. So it's a point. Okay, we're not doing like acting stuff like that, impressions. So it's a point. So we completes me. Okay, she completes me. Okay, so I found we, and it's like the sense is like this woman is really, uh, it's like I can feel the loveliness and the doviness, like the zoo in my heart where there's just like little butterflies and doves flying around, and there's like a monkey in there. It's like, oh, 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 okay. Okay, and it's like this birds and bees flying around and all kinds of stuff. You get the picture, and it's like it's me and we in there like holding hands in a tree, sitting in a tree and stuff. And then the backdrop is like a full-on suit with these birds and bees and then like a monkey, all kinds of stuff. And me torturing you, Jane, and it's like whatever. So I could like the music comes out, the rom-com music where it's like this good vibes. It's like he finds the girl, fall in love, and I feel like that. So it's like, I could tell it's like this woman. It's like she's a girl. My heart is beating, and I feel like this woman is something else. I tell you what, and. It ends up she proposes to me, and at which point I tell her. So basically, essentially, she looks like wife material, which I've been praying to God to help me find a wife. Okay, which means a woman who is fit for marriage, right? For me, and it's gonna be general truth, where God knows generally, what makes a good woman. You have a virtuous woman who can find in Proverbs, meek and quiet spirit. You have different things where God is like, here's what a good woman is like. Okay. Like a valuable woman, a high quality woman, a good wife is like this. Okay. And in the same with a man. Okay. Where what are his point? So God knows generally, it's like if a man is looking for somebody to be his wife, a woman who's submissive and not morbidly masculinized and trying to be dominant towards her husband relationship, which a lot of Western female have like a weird thing where they're trying to be like equal with a pants relationship or something like this, like wife and dominance. A woman who's more submissive, who's like naturally, it's like not like if she finds a husband, I'm gonna try to be like a drill sergeant boss or my husband, be like, you're not allowed to go out tonight, stuff like this. You're not allowed. Do you understand? It's like that's not a good wife. Like a woman who's less submissive and like a woman who's like if she gets into a relationship, marries a husband, she's gonna be like, you're gonna wear that other shirt today, okay? I don't like that shirt you're wearing today, that t-shirt. Go and change to that one, okay? And it's like okay, and then later on the guy is like, okay, okay. And then later on the guy is like, hey, I'm going for a walk. You're not going for a walk. You're gonna wash the dishes first. That's not a good wife, okay? Who's like that? And there might be some women that naturally are like that. They'd be like if they're trying to be like that to the man, okay? Um, so anyway, there's some general truths, the general like what makes a woman more wife material, good for a wife, and then there's going to be some specifics on compatibility. Okay, like for example, if you picture that, it's like if I'm a person who's cares about health, okay, and working to protect my body, and take care of my health and supplements and diet and stuff. And I'm not living just for pleasure with like milkshakes and candy every day. And so to give you the idea, David Goggins, if he's looking for a wife, would like a fat, obese, morbid obese woman for one of these TV shows like Biggest Loser or something like this. Would that be a good match for David Goggins? That's actually a good analogy because as he saw what David Goggins clip is his wife is filming it. Now she might be in the car filming out the window as he's jogging, so she could be fat in there. I said, okay, not impossible. She could do that job if she's driving and David Goggins is jogging, get like the Instagram reel, he's jogging, like stay hard. So she could be fat in that car holding the phone filming out the window as David Goggins is jogging outside, or like on a Vespa or something for this. But it's like obviously if David Goggins is like exercising and discipline, if his wife is just like not even she's so slothful she's not like even willing to get up out of bed, she's just like so obese, she just one of these in the TV show extreme example where she's just like locked into bed being morbidly obese watching TV and ordering like pizza and somebody has to bring it to her so she can stuff her mouth. How compatible would she be with David Goggins as a wife if David Goggins like the alarm rings at 5 a.m. He's like I'm going out jogging, okay, and it's like, can you film for me today? And she's like, she's like, she's too lazy to bring her hand to her mouth to put a potato chip in there. Okay. And she's like, this, you understand. So, anyway, support. Long story short, I prayed to God that they help me find a wife. Okay. God knows generally what a good wife is, and then there can be compatibility. Okay. Where it's an individual, where it's like, Mike's personality is like this, he would be better matched with a woman whose personality is like this. And it's going to be unique things, individuality. There's no two people exactly the same. There's going to be a man who's more compatible with a woman, and it's going to be like specifics, but it's also going to be general truth. So anyway, God knows what a good woman is. I pray to God to help me find a wife. I encountered we online while searching and looking around, and we start talking, and I start feeling this woman is special, and uh, yeah, like a good wife material. Meaning, if you think about getting married to a woman, it's like you're looking to have a woman that you feel like, yeah, this woman is somebody I could get married to and would want to, okay. And she wasn't a Christian, so I prayed to God that the woman would either be a Christian. I'm asking God to help me find a wife, and when I found her, I'm asking God that when I find the wife, that she would either be a Christian or be end up becoming one after we meet. And these prayers have been answered. I found we wow, great wife material. This is my wife. This is a great woman to marry and have as a wife. Really good woman. Um, Not a Christian yet, but after I start talking about Jesus, she exhibits a really good openness and receptance unto the truth. Meaning, she's not like if I talk about Jesus, I don't want to hear about Jesus. Okay, or something like this. She's a little bit curious. She was willing to hear me out talk about Jesus and what Christianity teach about heaven and hell and God and things like this. Eventually, she ends up getting saved. Okay, and getting saved it doesn't require being a master theologian. Where it's like you have to go to church every day, read the Bible, say your prayers, and rest a certain way. All it takes is one moment of believing something, and you're saved now. And we had that one moment, which means she's saved. Suffice to say. So anyway, let's check if we got the Eskimo. One last week. Yeah, she is. She is. She's a perfect match for me, I would say. She's a perfect match. And yeah. Uh huh. I had a missed call, so I'm gonna mute myself, go to the kitchen, and I'm also low on battery, so I'm gonna bring this to the kitchen where I have the charger cable, and I'm gonna make a call. And I'll be back soon, and possibly we'll see how we as an Eskimo, the AI is still ChatGPT is still working on it. Maybe you can do a free grok. Do I have to make an account for grok? Grok. Do they have a free? Grok is an AI assistant. Okay. Reject all. Upload a file. Okay. See if Grok will beat ChatGPT. Dress as Eskimo. Okay. Log in with Google. Yeah, so to use Grok, apparently I need to log in here. Okay. Working for 1 second too. Wow. 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 Yes. Awesome. Okay. Now I might have to go and check some boxes where it's like since this live now will feature AI generated content, I might have to click like the okay. Now where do you draw the line? If I in the middle of my stream show my phone, it's like here's an AI picture of me or something like this, dressed as a samurai. It's like that. Do you have to like does that count the whole video? Is now it's AI generated. Uh, so now hold your breath, people. Actually, don't. Uh, add new overlay. Media. Okay, you're watching White Saha live, broadcasting from Truth Headquarters, Oxelösund, Sweden, bringing to you we dressed as an Eskimo. So declaring it, okay, it's like it's for future reference. I don't use AI, okay, I don't use scripts. So it's like my thumbnails. It's like 0.0000000 something percent AI. I have one video AI generated on my channel, Grok generated with my mom, who likes to play around with AI, had a picture she took of me uh, in a lake, and she put in the AI like make a video, and she sent it to me. And she thought it was cool. There's like a picture of me in the lake. Grok made it me walking, and I threw that up on my Facebook, my YouTube as a short. I go, uh, Grok AI generated video from a picture of me or something like that. So it's like clearly, if you don't have to on my channel second guess if there's this AI or not. If something is AI, it'll be clearly AI, obviously. Which means if I will upload a short that's AI, it'll be in the title AI generated. Okay. See, the other side it will be clear. So anyways, the point here will be an AI generated picture, a screenshot of we, picture of we as an Eskimo. So the theme, a big chunk of this podcast has been talk about the Frank expedition, like a rabbit hole special interest. And now we had a person on that can be kind of she we have it. It's almost like we almost had like an Eskimo for a podcast. It's not that far removed, understand? Okay, it's like hold on. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? So this is the original image, a screenshot from a video call where I was talking to we. Okay. And then I use that screenshot. And sometimes I make cutesy and I don't see that I how did this I just took a screenshot. Sometimes I make like little cutesy videos where it's like three screenshots of video calls, me and we talk to each other, and it's like me and we Christian couple, and I put some romantic music to that, but it's a short. Okay. So anyways, the point. So here's the original, and now we, as an Eskimo, boom. This is AI generated. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, see, that's we as an Eskimo. See, and I said it before, where it's like I'm thinking about it, it's like, yeah, it's like for her to be an Eskimo, what would the tie be? Some kind of dead animal skin with like the tail of a dead animal or something. You think like a raccoon tail or something. It's just generally the mental image like an Eskimo. It's like they have like a thing, like a coal. They see, it's like they have like a thick thing. They don't have like a hoodie that's like a thin hoodie. Okay, it's like they have like a tube. It's like a thing around the opening of the hoodie. So it'd be kind of similar. You can make that, I guess, like a raccoon tail or something like this, or two or three of them rolled together to have like an Eskimo type outfit. But this is weird. She's a full fledged Eskimo. I feel like she's even more exotic now. Okay, she started out being like a Jaguar Asian, which she lives in the jungle, it's that tropical. So she's not like a run of the mill like Chinese person that you see in Sweden. It's like dressed like a it's like no, she lives like in the jungle, understand? She eats like cockroaches. She's like she eats grasshopper. She's a jungle living grasshopper eating uh, woman. So that makes her exotic, understand? So they understand. I'm kind of talking a little bit about psychotic, like exotic. So like, a lot of times people are into the exotic stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised. It's like some Thai guys it's like they think there's something special about like a blonde, like a Swedish Rebecca woman have like blue eyes and blonde hair. They'd be like, wow, that's cool, understand? It's like there's something special, interesting, that look different, understand? That what's that is exotic. It's something that's different than what they're normally seeing, like the average woman in their culture. So it's something that's different. So things are exotic. It's like it's very different. So for example, palm trees, if I look at pictures of Thailand, like if I go, they'd be like, wow, okay, there's like everything's different. Like they have birds that I don't see in Sweden. They'd be exotic. It's like I'm used to crows and magpies and uh, sparrows, okay, and seagulls. But it's like, if I went to Thailand, I'd be like, wow, there's a bird. I've never seen one of those before. Okay, it's like there's a bird. It's like that's rare. I've never seen a bird like that before. Something like that look like that. So basically, I do believe that I'm exotic to we and she's exotic to me. Understand? Which means simply I'm the average male in her culture where she lives. I'm pretty different. I'm very different in my looks, what I look like, just that. Not only, but that's a difference. Like I look different than the average male in the country she lives in, and vice versa, where she looks very different than the average Swedish woman. If you look out the window and I see somebody walk outside, if it's a woman, she looks very different. So she came to a whole new level of exotic and Eskimo. We blend right in. So if you wanted to have some kind of expedition, like a GoFundMe, if I was start like a GoFundMe and try to launch like a investigation going to the Arctic to pursue my special interest and try to talk to the Inuit and try to go dig around looking for artifacts of the Frank expedition, try to crack the case. We could, she, I could bring her with me, and possibly we could, if you wanted, we're open, be like, hey guys, can you help out the Eskimo? We have to find out what happened to Frank expedition. But if you wanted to do it like some kind of spy novel, where like we infiltrate, it's like, you get like a plan. Be like, okay, hey, It's a clan. Okay, we're gonna try to get like the secret story about the Eskimos are saying about what the white people are doing over here. So it's like you dress up like this and you walk into that other Eskimo with you over there, and you go like ooga booga or something like this. Ooga booga, okay. You just go if they ask like why you go ooga booga, okay. You walk into one of the huts and you sit down as if you're like a regular there, okay. Just play it cool, understand? Okay, just act normal, okay. Like it's like you just and possibly be like, oh, maybe this is one of these Eskimos that just walked off. They got went missing, but maybe it's not an Eskimo child went missing. They've been living and just returned to Eskimo society, like a stray Eskimo that just ran off from home, one of the villages over here, and they just came back to our village. And they've been going weird, so they don't know how to talk, but they do look like an Eskimo. So it's like they come to accept one of their own. I said she could be like an in guy, a girl. She could be like an in girl, which is like she's sitting in the Eskimo village, and they think she's not Eskimo. And then she could like start digging and listening, and be like wait for them to start talking about the white people what they were doing. Okay, so anyway, support. It's like I'm being a little bit facetious, a little bit jokesy here. Might get serious. I really like this. It's a cool picture. That's we as an Eskimo, and she yeah she's an Eskimo there. We as an Eskimo, Eskimo. There's different spellings. You can spell Eskimo, M-O, or you can spell it with an X. Okay. So anyway, the Frank expedition. Um, Part of what I was talking about before I started loading up the washing machine for my research. What the Eskimo said. So it's like the story is this, and now I'm working from memory. And a lot of times I like to work from memory when I'm talking about something. It's like Musashi or something like this. And then after for a while, I go to check if what I said was correct. Or like how correct I was, work from memory. Or it's like I think Musashi had more than 60 duels to the death and won them all. And then like verify, Google how many duels Musashi, and it'd be like more than 60. Okay, yeah, I was right. What I said, I was right, more than 60. Okay, these 60. So I support. That's kind of my style. I don't like to be like, I'm gonna talk about something. I need to pull up the Wikipedia to be able to talk about it. But I like to talk from memory and then kind of check how accurate I was talking from memory by looking up stuff. So anyway, here's the point. From my research into the Frank expedition, what was the Frank expedition? The Frank expedition was a British Arctic exploration expedition, which was launched by the Brits. For what purpose? To map the Arctic. So in the 1800s, they had it mapped. They didn't have satellites and GPS and stuff. Now you don't even have to go somewhere. You can have NASA. If there be some part of the map that was blank, they could just have a satellite, take a picture. Nobody has to go to the spot, okay, with like a compass or a tape measure or something like this, okay, and like the coordinates and write down. Like you just take a picture from space and be like, okay, there's the puzzle piece. You'd have like a blank spotted map of like the Arctic, something like this. You could have a satellite, take a picture and be like, okay, we know what's in the spot. This is going to be water here, and then you can put that puzzle piece into the missing piece of the map, okay. So the Frank expedition was a polar expedition in the 1800s where they hadn't fully mapped the area around the Arctic Circle. Okay, we have Eskimos. And they have Baffin Bay, King William Island. They have, so basically, generally, you have Canada up in there, okay? Somewhere up in there, the Canada is roughly in the same area, okay? And stuff. And stuff. So here's the point. Frank expedition was a British polar exploration expedition. What's the purpose? To map. So they had maps of like the Arctic, the border, and this in the age of sail. And at the time when they just recently had started having steam engines, okay, which means anything other than like manpower or wind power. So like before the steam engine, all they had was sails that you put up and then the wind pushes your boat, or people rowing, okay, like people having paddles, okay, rowing. And what else? Well, I guess you could have some other type of paddle where you have some winch and do this, and it's like a wheel, okay, like in the middle of the boat, something like this. But it had basically they just had manpower or wind power to propel boats, ships. So all they had was to move ships in the ocean, either the wind pushing a boat or humans working with like muscles to move the ship forward. Now, when they what steam engines, there's still going to be some muscle because somebody has to shovel the coal, open a hatch, and throw coal in there, and stuff like this. And somebody has to like turn like a rudder to. Okay, now it's a lot less muscle power per minute, like human effort, hard manual labor per minute of moving the ship if you have a steam engine versus if you would roll the boat. Okay, so anyway, support. The Frank expedition included two ships, the HMS Terror and the HMS Erebus. Okay, and they set out to explore the Arctic to fill a blank spot on the map. The Northern Passage was it? There was some part where it's like we know there's like okay, we know here's land, and you can take a boat to take a left here and end up over here, and there's land over here, and we call this island this. But it's like what's this? But we don't know what's here. Okay. It's like with this spot, we don't know a blank spot. It's like we don't know what's over here. So they sent this boat to like fill out the map, but have blank spots in the map. They sent this expedition these two ships, and they picked the two ships, the Erebus and Terror, but they were decommissioned military ships that had been used in war. One, at least one of them, possibly both. Okay, either one or both of them were bomb catchers, meaning military warcraft. Okay, that were used to shoot bombs. Okay, so in the age of sail, you had ships of the line. We had a boat and like the pirate ship. Everybody knows it's like you had ships with cannons and like a little hatch you open, the cannon goes out, and you have a lot of cannons, like, and you're shooting cannonballs. Okay. Now, in the 1800s, they also had bomb catchers, where you had a ship that didn't rely on cannons on the side to shoot a lot of cannonballs, but they had a mortar on the deck, okay, on top of the boat that would fire shells at a high arc, similar to a howitzer or a mortar. Okay, is there anything a man can say this is new? Ecclesiastes, it has been before. You have like 120 millimeter mortars, and you had in the 1800s age of sail, you had like mortars that were by gunpowder, black powder. Okay, and now it's more refined, and the payload is more refined, the propellant is more refined, the siding, the accuracy, everything's more refined. But it's like the basing was there long ago. And it's like, what about the Roman? Yeah, the Romans also had things that is like aiming at the sky and it shoots high and comes down. You had like trebuchets in the uh, Middle Ages. Trebuchets, they fire something that goes at a high arc like this, and not like straight like a flat line, but it goes more like up and then comes down. So basically, they were bomb catchers where they had like a mortar that fires something that goes up and then comes down and then explodes. Okay, and one of these ships were part of the battle. I forget what the fort was called, but a famous like American independence war against the British, where there was a fort battle where the British had ships bombarding the fort from the border. And one of these Frank expedition ships, at least one of them, partook in a battle. What battle? The battle that a man looked at, a lawyer, was inspired to write the poem that became the American national anthem. When the rockets red glare, do 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 do, say, can you see? They had like four stanzas, whatever, little stanza. So it kind of here's a poem. So my point is this: so one of the ships was part of a battle that was the inspiration for the American anthem. So a human saw the battle was inspired by the poem that became the American national anthem. Okay. So they sent these two ships. When did it start? Was it 1812? I'm not sure. If I keep looking into it, I'll start remembering some details. Now, if I keep looking into this, like keeping into this and read about it and stuff, I get more and more memorized. just automatically. Nice upon, I would guess maybe 1812, 1830, maybe around 1830, 1840, 1840. Okay, so in the early 1800s, the first half of the 1800s, and they sent these two ships to map out the Arctic, and they got stranded, and everybody died. And since you didn't have, once they sent a rescue mission, it's been years since everybody died, most likely. Once they arrive, like the search and rescue people, to be like, are there any survivors? Okay, they might have been dead for many years. Okay, because if you think about it, even in World War One, early 1900s, they would use pigeons to communicate, not like short SMS like on your phone, you send text message or like WhatsApp or like instant messaging, or even like phone calls. It's like now, if like a radar broke down in a tank, I guess someone could have an iPhone there and like call back to like the other side, some American or the Ukrainians, if like in a tank on the battlefield and the radio breaks down, if like somebody has an iPhone, be like call somebody who's back home. Yeah, okay, we got stuck in a ditch or can you come pull us out of this? Now, in World War One, they were still having pigeons to run messages, and the same general era, they had like Morse code, like this, okay, and pigeons. So they had pigeons to be like, okay, send a message back to the tank in World War One, also the advent of tanks, where it's like a tank got caught in the mud or something like this. And it's like, we're stuck here, we need somebody to come help us out, we need reinforcement. They had like a pigeon, they had like a little box of pigeons of like in this tank. And they had like a little hole and the white little message like, yeah, we're stuck at these quarters, come help us. Then I put it in there, then release the pigeon, it flies back. And then it lands and they go, oh, there's a pigeon express here. They open it and read, oh, okay, the guys are stuck, we need to go. So if you imagine like in the polar, like the Arctic, just the logistics, like that, just the practicality, even today, of if somebody right now, like the Arctic, they have like science bases there now, where they have people that are doing like ice core sampling and doing like geological, like people are, they still like science happening in the North Pole, okay, and they have like Arctic bases, and even have like special vehicles and everything. Now, even today, if it's like there be something, a message from the people in the North Pole, let's say some like Canadian scientists living on a base there, and it'd be like, we're all dying of some mystery disease, we need help, or something like this. It might take 2 weeks. Like, it could take some time to get people there, like to move supplies there, to just get to the spot. Now sending aircraft and stuff, so it might actually be they might be able to get something within 24 hours. But it's like, if you think at the time, it's the communication and the just like what made it so hard to get there. So once the strategy, it takes maybe takes some time to realize they should return by now. They might be in trouble, and they send people to look for them. They couldn't have. Do you understand? So it's like if they would send like a small expedition to go look for the Frank expedition, and they arrive, maybe it took them like 2 months to go from the UK to the Arctic. Okay, now they're here and be like, oh, yeah, we need some more boats. Now somebody has to like they had the 2 months back to be like, okay, guys, we need more boats to go to Arctic. It's like 4 months later that they're again. There's like just a lot of time, and how long it would take to get a message from the Arctic to Britain. Okay, so just how long it takes to get anything from the Arctic to Britain, or from Britain to the Arctic, a message or food or a boat or anything. So anyway, uh, we're gonna pull up some stuff here. We're gonna pull up some stuff. We're gonna open in private, incognito, Google. Google. Gonna pull up. Jamie, pull up So I got pull up now. Pull it up. Stop sharing. I'm gonna have to reshare. Hopefully there's no. Okay. Sometimes as I start playing around with stuff, it creates a problem with I had to end the stream and start anymore because it becomes just the background. Uh, so what is the point? Let's do this here. The Franklin expedition. Here, Franklin's lost expedition. Franklin's lost expedition was a failed British voyage of Arctic exploration led by Captain Sir John Franklin that departed England in 1845. Okay, so the expedition started in 1845. So they left England with two ships in 1845, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, and was assigned to traverse the last unnavigated sections of the Northwest Passage in the Canadian Arctic and to record magnetic data to help determine whether better understanding could aid navigation. The expedition met with disaster after both ships and the crews, a total of 129 officers and men, became ice-bound, which would be like being stranded, where your boat gets stuck in the sand, only they got stuck in the ice. In Victoria Strait near King William Island, in what is today the Canadian territory of Nunavut, after being icebound for more than a year, meaning stuck in ice. Erebus and Terror were abandoned in April 1848, by which point 2 dozen men, including Franklin, had died. 2 dozen is 24. The survivors, now led by Franklin's second in command, Francis Crozier, and Erebus captain, James Fitzjames, set out for the Canadian mainland and disappeared, presumably having perished. Preceded by Franklin's wives, Jane and others. The admiral, so people, it's like I've been talking about this from memory earlier, and now we look at this facts, so people can tell how accurate it was. It's similar to if I quote Bible verse from memory, which is what most of what I do if I'm talk about Jesus and talk about Bible stuff. A lot of times I quote it from memory Bible verses. And then sometimes I go, now let's pull up the verses I was talking about. And then you see how right I got from memory. And sometimes it could be, oh, I got it, I left out a word or something like this. So this is really annoying. It's like too bright. Pressed by Franklin's wife, Jane, and others, the Admiralty launched a search for the missing expedition in 1848. In the many subsequent searches in the decades afterwards, several artifacts from the expedition were discovered, including the remains of two men, which were returned to Britain. A series of scientific studies in modern times suggested that the men of the expedition did not all die quickly. Hypothermia, starvation, lead poisoning, or zinc deficiency, and diseases including scurvy, along with general exposure to a hostile environment, while lacking adequate clothing and nutrition, killed everyone on the expedition in the years after it was last sighted by a whaling ship in July 1845. So the last witness, okay, meaning the last sign of them before they went missing, they do all this search and rescue investigation expedition sent to try to figure out what happened to them. Now, the last they were seen, they were witnessed by whalers. Okay, it's like, oh yeah, we saw the two boats. Okay, so the word gets back. It's like, where were they last spotted? They were last seen. It's like a missing person case of what it is. Like they were last seen walking out of Walmart. Okay, and then they went missing. Okay, so like they were last seen. They were witnessed by Norwegian whalers. Now, obviously, there's been witnesses that haven't left a testimony, which means it wasn't until they went to the Eskimo and be like, hey, we'd like to ask you about some stuff, that they hear that, oh, with the Eskimo, I haven't seen these people. after they were stranded. Okay, so the whalers saw them like passing on the way to the Arctic, like in the Arctic, and that's the last, like, okay, until they talked to the Eskimo. And be like, yeah, we saw them after they were stranded. Okay, and part of the testimony of Eskimo were that they had engaged in cannibalism, and there's something called end stage cannibalism, and the Franklin expedition, some of the men at least, engaged in what's referred to as end stage cannibalism. So cannibalism as a desperation survival strategy, like a natural thing that happens when people are like at their last ditch or trying to stay alive. There's a movie called Alive when a aircraft crashed in the Andes, the Alps, and people started engaging in cannibalism. Okay. Um, so now there's also like fringe with like some cultures, some tribes somewhere, natives somewhere, like low class savages. It's like the cartoon level. There can be some truth to that in history, where there's some like fringe tribe that engage in cannibalism, and that might be part of the like the small culture. Where it's like some tribe, and it's like part of what they do is if somebody died, like ritualistically eat the person's brain or something like this, and keep the skull and make a soup bowl out of it. There might be like very rarely something like this that happens where people are not engaged in cannibalism just for survival, like a desperation. Okay, like two guys are drifting on a raft in the ocean, one of them die, and the other guy has no food, and he ends up eating the guy's body because he's just so hungry and he's like starving to death. Okay, so that's the most common form of cannibalism, uh, cannibalistic behavior in human beings. It is emergency cannibalism. Meaning it's not people like, oh, like vegans. There's people that live in the West, Americans. They're like, you know what? I'm gonna start eating a meat-free diet and be vegan. Okay, I prefer to see. And there's some other people like carnivore, where it's like I'm choosing to eat a lot of meat. Okay, now you don't have people like I'm going on the human meat diet and just like do you understand? It's very rare that somebody be like trying to be like having the option of eating animal meat like beef and pork and seafood, fish, or to go vegan. It's very rare that somebody, you know what, I'd like to start eating human meat only and be like a human for that eats only human flesh or something like this. Okay. Very rare that somebody like try for that. Okay. um, and most instances of cannibalism throughout human history are acts of desperation, where somebody has no option. It's like all I have to eat. I'm starving to death. I'm fixing to die. My stomach is hurting. I'm emaciated. I'm like look like an anorectic, and I'm just surviving barely in this climate. And all that I have to eat is like my dead fellow, like somebody died as a human being. And then people, as an act of desperation, it's like having no options. It's like end up eating human flesh. And a lot of people are like really hating it, but it's at a point where your normal stuff goes out the window. Okay, like your normal personality. It's not like a preference thing. It's kind of like either die or do something I never would do normally, like eating human flesh. Okay. Um, it's kind of similar to the siege of Stalingrad by the Germans. Like the Germans and Soviets, they had like a battle for the city of Stalingrad, and it was besieged, and there was some cannibalism there. And like initially, it's like starvation. It's winter too, and you have people first. It's like once they finish the bread and cans and stuff like this, people start eating pets. There's like dogs or cats. People go to rats. It's like a city rat. If you can catch a rat and kill an eating rat, which is also something that people don't typically human beings put on the menu as part of like having options. Okay, we got a lot of cow meat. Okay, we have farmers with this kind of an abundance of cow meat in this culture, but I'm choosing to eat rat meat diet. Okay, this is also very rare. Okay, now so it started by eating normal stuff, and then you run out of the normal stuff. It's like you turn to eating pets, somebody's dog, somebody's cat. Okay, no cats or dogs. There's a dead human in the street, and you're starving to death. It's like okay, eat him. So most acts of cannibalism throughout history are acts of desperation and like a last ditch thing. Now, end stage cannibalism. What is that? It's like this cannibalism, okay? So first stage cannibalism is the early stages. People end up cutting off major muscle groups, okay? Which might be, it's like if I was on a flag expedition and I died, they might go for like cutting off this part of my hand first, almost like a chicken leg. See, if you look at my thumb and this muscle here, if you would notice how it's almost like a chicken leg, see, if you would like do this, see here, how do I can I cut it off to you? See, it's almost like a chicken drumstick. See, if you look at my thumb, don't get any ideas now, okay? Don't get hungry, okay? But if you look at this here, like the thumb and then this part, this might be something that people go for first, okay? Like maybe cut off the hand and then cut off the thumb and the this area, or like cut off the this here and like fry it up and chew that, okay? Things like that. Now this is sensitive USB advice, okay? This is historical commentary, okay? So it's a point. Major muscle groups, my research. So like people typically begin with major muscle groups, like emergency cannibalism, survival cannibalism, okay, desperation cannibalism, whatever you want to call it. Where people get stranded somewhere, there's nothing to eat, some human dies. Now another thing would be if people murder a guy to eat him, okay, that's even darker. Whereas like if you have three guys that are like starved to death together, okay, and they have like one soup can that they're all sharing and like ration, and they have like a spoon of that a day, and they're all starving to death. And then if two guys go, it's like let's just beat that guy to death, and then we will eat him on the side. That would be darker, okay. That way it's like murder cannibalism. If you kill a human to cannibalize them, that would be darker. And I don't know that there's any evidence of that happening in the French expedition. So the type of cannibalism might be kind of like a vulture, where you exploit the fact that a human died, and it's like he's dead now. Somebody died of starvation. We're all starving to get death together. We woke up today. This guy is dead. He froze to death in the middle of the night, or died of starvation, whatever. He's dead. Okay, so we have his body here, and there's some meat on his body, and we're fixing to be like this kind of day soon too, and be like, it's like we're not liking this, but let's get some meat off of his body, and eat it, surviving in the bone. Oh, so first they might go for major muscle groups. Maybe cut off the buttocks, like the glutes, but whatever the butt, okay. And maybe like it depends on the build too, like the tricep. There's quite a lot of meat on my bicep and tricep. So maybe if I was dead and people are like emerging cannibalized, they might go for like cutting the triceps and bicep off my arm, like getting this little bit of meat around this bone, okay, like this arm bone. They might go for like the meat like cut around here and here, and get the meat around the bone and throw it in the pot and boil it or fry it or whatever first. Okay. Now, after slowly but surely stripping the bone like muscles around the bone, and imagine that maybe if I was on a friend expedition and I died like this in my current state, not like where I've been emaciated like to an anorectic build, okay, maybe three men could live 2 weeks off of my body, okay. Maybe three men could survive 2 weeks off of my body. Maybe even like a month or two. Okay. It depends. Okay. But possibly it's like my body has enough flesh on it that they could survive for a month, around a month. Okay. Now, anyways, the point. If they have like my body there that's dead, and it's like they're living in like a natural fridge too, where it's like it's not gonna, do you understand? It's not gonna rot and grow worms and stuff like this. It's like if you're in a rainforest and something dies, it will quickly be like eaten by worms and birds and uh, it's like insects and stuff, and they won't that quickly. There won't be a lot of meat left. But in an environment like that, I can picture it's like there's a body dies and falls down, or like the ice and snow will be so cold. It's like the environment is like a freezer. Okay, do you understand? So a human body is dying or an animal and just leave it on the ground. Now you can go and cut off meat off it and then cook it. Okay, I reckon. So if you imagine how cannibalism might happen, if like it's me and three other guys in the tank expedition, they set up something like camp. If that's like a boat would turn upside down or build some kind of little tent like a teepee, whatever, or we just like having coats and like sleeping on the ground wrapped in a lot of coats. Okay, we have some pots and pans and stuff and ways to make fire, but it's very basic, rudimentary, like a camp. Okay, like a campsite. And then it's like they say I was the guy who died, and there's two guys left. They wake up one day and we've been like eating, I don't know, like this one can of food that we've been rationing and sharing, like one can of food or something like this. And then I wake up dead the next morning. They wake up and say, "Oh, Mike died," and it's like I'm just dead. They like okay, like the guy in the I'm just dead. Okay, and then they just leave me dead on the ground. And then maybe it's like, okay, maybe we can get this guy bail or something like this. But it's like just cover him with a blanket and leave the border there. It's like, God, he died. Okay, not good. And it's like, there's like, it might be you next time because you'd be like starving and weak and sick and don't feel good, barely cling on to life. And then it's like, they might keep like, okay, day two, we're rationing this last can of canned food. And it's like, we get 2 tablespoons each per day on this can. Okay. Yeah, you get two, I get two, or something like this. And then the next day it's like, okay, 2 more tablespoons. And being like military, being a man, they'd be familiar with rationing as a strategy for survival. It's like you have to ration. It could be like as a part of a journey, the crew might be like, okay, full rations. So you get like this much rum, 2 potatoes, and 1 can of this per day as a cylinder. And then maybe it's like 6 months of this position. Okay, we're having to go on rations now. We're running low on supplies. So it's like we're gonna have to go to half rations, something like this. It's like you get half as much daily food as you used to get at the start of the journey because you get into rationing. So you'd be familiar with rationing and be more likely, as far as I'm concerned, some of the survivors will turn to like rationing and trying to like calculate, be like, we have this much food, we have a rule, discipline, we can eat this much of this per day and share it. I would guess that they were doing rationing, that is going to be part of how they lived the like the last time. Okay. Now let's say hypothetical, where it's like it's me and three other British guys, and that have gotten to starvation cove or something like this. Gotten to certain island there and set up some base camp. Okay, either if there's some hut or there's a boat that's upside down that you're living in, or just blankets that you cover yourself with, or that to get sticks and put a coat over it and you huddle in there. I don't know what they will. But let's say it's like me and two other guys. They wake up next day and I'm a dead body on the ground. Okay, and up until this point we had like, let's say at the point where I died, we were down to our last can of, it's like corned beef or something like this. Okay, they were down. We had specified we have 1 can left, and we have been rationing it. It was like everybody gets 1 tablespoon per day of the corned beef, and we can survive this last can maybe 2 more weeks, like 1 week more, something like this. Okay, uh, and then the next day they wake up, they had like half a can left at this point, and they say, "Oh, Mike died in his sleep." Okay, they just wake up. Hey, Mike, wake up! It's like, I'm just a corpse since I died during the night. And they might be like, okay, covering up with a blanket. We can't really. They might not go dig into the earth to make a grave. Normally, they would be like British men, like a dignified funeral, and that they'd like to have a priest ultimately do something possibly. But it's like they're not going to be doing that. They're in survival mode. But still, they might like cover the guy's body with a blanket and just leave him there and be like, okay, and then whatever. Day two, okay, let's say 4 days later, the can is finished. Okay, it's like this is the last day, and they might go to even more rationing then. So we've been getting 2 tablespoons each of this corned beef per day. We have about 4 left. We're gonna have to go to 1 tablespoon per day. Okay. And it might be the last day, so like 1 tablespoon. Eventually they run out, we have no food now. And I'm like a dead frozen carcass on the ground under a blanket. And they might understand and they'd be and I wanted to eat it. Okay, they're not happy about it, but it's like "Brr," the stomach is hurting, and it's like they're so hungry. Okay, they could eat like a dead bird without cooking it. It would be almost palatable to them at this point. So it's a bowl like a rotten apple. They eat a rotten apple at this point with a worm in it. That's how hungry they were. Do you understand? So if there was, they would find like a bag on the ground with apples. They're like rotten, and it's like worms gone. They'd eat the apple with the worms. Exactly how hungry they were. Okay. So anyway, here's the point. At this point, first stage cannibalism would be to cut off major muscle groups. Okay, which means they're likely to possibly, I could imagine, where my arm here, they get the possibly making a cut, like a circumcision, a cut all around here and all around here to free the meat around the bone, like the bicep, tricep, okay? And tear that off. So it'll be like the bone here be visible, but it's like this part didn't get to that yet, okay? But there's still some meat around these bones, okay? So possibly it might go for that initially, something like that, like first stage cannibalism, be like the guy's arm, okay, and possibly they chop off the arm first to process it, okay, to like somehow like chop off the arm with an axe around here or something. It's not how they have the arm, and they might go to getting cutting around here, about the elbow and under the shoulder, and get the meat off, okay, throw it in a pot, fry it and boil it, okay, and go for like major muscle groups first, like that. Like, there's a lot of meat right here. It's like getting, you can get a feel, you can get like a cut of meat off here, okay, like a major cut of meat, and put that in the pot and fry it. End stage cannibalism. You've been scavenging. You've been getting everything off the um, corpse. So all that remains is bone at this point. And end stage cannibalism is when people start breaking bones to suck the marrow out of the bones, and to boil the bones for like bone broth, human bone marrow broth. Okay, see, and there's also something called, what is it called? An indication of ethnic cannibalism is the, like forensic. If you look at the bones, there's like smoothing of the. If you have like a human finger that somebody chops off with an axe, okay, and throw the whole finger in a pot or something like this and boil it. Or first you cut off like the meat, they cut off the meat. I feel like I'm in disclaimer territory again. So we're not encouraging cannibalism or cutting humans. If you like, just come in the middle of this. There's a discussion on like cannibalism throughout human history as a field of research. Okay, and it's like part of it's going to be psychology, things like this, and biology and anatomy and things like this. But basically, so first stage cannibalism, major muscle groups. End stage is people get broth out of the bones typically, and it's like signs of end stage cannibalism. There's be like bones that have been smoothed at the end. So there might be they break off bone or chop it off, and it has like some kind of jagged edge. Okay, like maybe throw a whole hand or something or a finger into the pot, and then as it's boiling, uh, this like broken off bone that's kind of jagged edge, not smooth, becomes smoothened by being boiled in a pot. Okay, and then people that are actually archaeologists or like forensic researchers, they know about cannibalism and be like, oh, this shows signs of like instant cannibalism. That this bone has been boiled in a pot. Okay, it'd be like telltale signs, but it's like smoothness of the end of the bone that's been chopped and broken off. That's the type of smoothness. Okay, so anyways, the point. Um, so yeah, it's like they were engaged in cannibalism. Okay, and I'm not saying every person. I'm not saying every person, but definitely some of them were. And the British, when they sent expeditions back to inquire as what happened to these people, after word came back that the Eskimos said that they had witnessed them cannibalize. It's like, yeah, the white people, the last one we saw over here, they left the ships, and about five of them settled down over here, and we saw them engage in cannibalism. Somehow they knew that they were cannibalistic at this point. Um, Yeah, that's pretty intense. So let's go look at some more stuff about this. Google. Okay, so not this one. This one, the Frank expedition. Here, Parks Canada. So Parks Canada has some interesting stuff here. Franklin's 1845 expedition. If you click around here, somewhere around here, we should be able to find pictures of artifacts. Here, artifacts. I looked this before, pretty interesting. So, 2014 to 2015 artifacts. They found the wrecks. They're in shallow water. Both of them are pretty shallow water, less than 100 meters deep. Okay. So obviously, it would be a problem if it would be like the Titan or the Titanic wreck. There's a deep sea, like really deep wreck. This is less than 100 meters, and one of them sank so shallow that the flagpoles will stick up out of water. And the Eskimo told me that it's like before there was some time we could see like the flagpole stick out of water after it sunk. And from my research on this, that when they started asking the Eskimo, from the Eskimo, uh, there's accounts that the Inuit Eskimo saw some men kind of lead the wreck and settle down here, like a small group of men. And then it's like they were engaged in cannibalism. Okay. Which, how could that, the Eskimo know that? Well, maybe it's like the Eskimo like sledding or like walking on the ice to go out to look for seals. Okay. And you look and see like the white people, that they seem like they know there's like a camp of white people there. And it's like they see them like a human arm that they're like pulling on and chopping. You have to see like a dead body on the ground, and then a white person like chopping at the dead human body. Then they'd be like, "Oh, okay, they're cannibals." Okay, so it could be like that, or possibly even if they found like in another spot or like after they died, they saw them there and then they go to that site later after they don't see the white people there anymore, and they found like stacks of human bones on the sand, where it's like a arm that's been chopped off and like a leg, and it's like and maybe a pot with like human bones, a human hand in or something like this, and okay, so somehow they knew they were cannibals, okay, and I was reading about this yesterday actually, and part of the stories when they came back to sent people to talk to the natives, the Eskimo, about what happened. There was some Eskimos, Inuit, part of like the oral history, what they told them. They fessed up to looting the ship, okay? Was acting like, yeah, okay, so first there were people living in the ship. So it's like they sent people to talk to the Eskimo. Yeah, what happened to these people? And the Eskimo told me, yeah, they were living in the ship for some time. After some time, there were no people in the ships. And I remember one account where there was like an Inuit village that they said they had looked out from the village, and I guess possibly that's just like a circle igloo or something like this, but whatever. They look out and see something on the ice, something dark, and they go to investigate and they see it's a ship, okay? And then they go back, and then the whole village, maybe just a few of them, the whole village pretty much returns to the wreck the next day to explore it, okay? I get curious. And there were no people there. And one of the accounts was they had found like a giant man in there. Now Inuit are kind of small stature. Like generally like Asian looking genetics are a little bit shorter than Westerners, okay? Now so Eskimos, I don't know what the average height of an Eskimo is. If it's like 160 centimeters for males and 155 for women or something. I'm not sure. But in an environment like that, it's an advantage to not be tall. So in Africa, you have a lot of black NBA players. So there's some like African genetics to make you taller. I mean, there's more African Americans are like 6 feet tall than non-African. I'm not an expert on this, but there are differences in genetics. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's that there's more tall black Americans. Okay, there's more like if you look at America, okay, the whole American public, how many people are above 6 feet? It would be more African Americans are about 6 feet tall than white Americans. Okay, so it's African Americans and Caucasian Americans. It's like, do you understand? White Americans and black Americans. I would not be surprised if it's more 6+ feet, like tall black Americans than tall white Americans. And Eskimos would be shorter than the average Swede, average American, and so on and so forth. Um, so I do believe that there's an advantage in the Arctic. Like if you live in like they've been living for generations, for some reason you're more likely to survive in that climate if you're short and stocky versus being tall and lanky. Okay. Which means that the environment favors that those genes, and you end up having after multiple generations you end up having more short people. They look like this, okay? So I don't know if like it could have been like once people that went to the Arctic, like maybe a lot of them, like once people crossed the landmass or whatever, like how they got to the North Pole, the people that are the Inuit now, maybe a lot of them looked like I did when they arrived there. It's like the first people that settled down there, that they came from who knows where. Okay, possibly a lot of them when they arrived, okay, they're not after many generations, like hundreds of years of people living as Inuit there. Uh, but maybe some of the first people looked kind of like me. And then if you come back, there's like everybody looks like kind of Asian people and they're all shorter. Okay. For some reason, it's like guys that have the genes for like narrower eyes and to be shorter, they have more babies that survive to have babies of their own to carry on the genes for squinty eyes and short body. Okay. And then after a few generations, like everybody has squinty eyes that are short. Okay. See? So it's like as far as I'm concerned, it's like kind of simplifying how it works. Okay. Do you understand? It's like if you would have 100 white people and 100 black people, or some kind of extreme reality show sent to the savannah in Africa, okay, I would not be surprised if we come back after like 300 years. That is like there's more black people that are still alive than white people. Okay, do you understand? If you have some like extreme reality TV show, it's like people sign disclaimers and they have like 100 white people that like make a village in Africa and survive here off the land, no technology, and then 100 black people. If you come back a few generations later, it's like there's more black people still alive than white people, and part of the things might be like there's an advantage having darker skin, and somehow if you're like me, a paler complexion, you're more likely to get sunburned and get sick and die over there, where there's so much scorching heat. and you're more likely to somehow end up dying if you have lighter skin. Okay, so it's like I won't be having as many babies as a guy who had darker skin who could survive more years to have more babies to carry on his genes. So eventually you have more. So what I hate, we don't have to get into genetics. It's kind of a little bit of a detour. But anyways, the point. Um, the Eskimo, okay, the Eskimo. When they sent people to ask the Eskimo, okay, they really sent people to figure out what happened to the Frank expedition. Part of what they got back from Eskimo, and they might have been talking to different tribes, not just one Eskimo village, talk to one person. It might have been that they go over here, talk to this, like an elder in this village, and they might have had some Eskimo interpreter, and okay, and go over here, and like, over time they get multiple accounts from different like villages, whatever the Eskimo works. Like some people live over here, some people over here. Okay, there's an elder here, elder there. But eventually, they get like here's the bulk of the story about the Eskimos. Like some of them, when they talked to the Eskimo, came back like, yeah, okay, so here's what happened. We found this boat. Okay, one day our village sees a boat. We see something. We notice something as we're out walking or whatever we are. And this ship, and we decide to return the next day. So maybe there was like a few Eskimo that saw like there's a ship there. Go look. Oh, there's a ship. To go back to the village, and then like everybody all together now go back together there as a village to scavenge. I reckon that they fessed up to the fact as an account that Eskimo said that they had gone to the ship, okay? There were no living white people in there, okay? There were no living white people. They did find, they broke into the igloo, okay? Which means like the captain's quarters, the back of the boat. It was locked, okay? And they had by force broken into the captain's cabin and found a dead man in there, a giant, okay? Oh, see. Okay. And if I recall, they said that they needed like six Eskimos to carry his body. Okay. Okay. Which they might be like, they might be familiar with, like, you need eight Eskimo, 12 to carry a dead polar bear or something like this. But whatever. It's like horsepower. It's like this is like a six Eskimo weight or something. But I can only imagine. But it's like whatever. They needed, was it four or six Eskimo men, I reckon, to carry like this giant. They had found a giant man. Okay, so for a call, there were some Eskimos said, yeah, we found one of the boats. It was stuck, frozen in the ice, and we broke. We didn't understand how to get into the boat, so we broke the side of the boat. So it's like you have a ship here, okay, and normally there might be like you somehow climb the railing and there's like a door up here you can open up with like a hatch that you open on top of the boat with a stair that goes down. But like, they didn't understand how to get into the boat. So they arrive at the ice next to the boat, okay? And you just see like a wall of wood boards, okay? So they want to get in there. So what they did was break a hole. So here's the borderline. So break a hole here that they could get into use as a door. So like they just broke a hole somehow, tearing off boards, chopping with their like caveman implements, whatever. They made a hole in the side of the boat, and they went in there. Okay, and then they start scavenging, and what they scavenged was wood boards was like prime loot for them. So if I look at pictures of the Eskimo, like the Antarctic where they live, you don't see trees growing there. Okay, so I guess that'd be like top tier loot. Do you understand? Like wood is like something that's easy to make tools for, like and jewelry and just to as a raw material to produce stuff, tools or whatever. So they be looking to get wood from the wreckage. They were looting wood. I think some metal. They had found guns in there, but they weren't looting the guns. They did get the barrels possibly of some of the muskets and beat them into spear tips for harpooning. Okay, which is how they were hunting. Now, if they would have understood the concept of firearms, quite possibly that make a big difference in agriculture. It's like they don't have up until this point they didn't have the ability, like if there's like a seagull or some birds, like to be able to shoot like arrows and shoot down birds, okay? But if they would figure out how the firearms works and you load it with like a bird shot, Now they'd be that much better at hunting, easier for them to get food, and like defend themselves against polar bears if the polar bears would get crazy world. Uh, Definitely, there might be an advantage to gunpowder. Let's see if we can find that. Okay, let's see if we can find that. The account that I was looking at. Eskimo accounts of Franklin expedition. They put something up there. Here. Here. Inuit testimony of the Franklin ships, HMS Erebus. Doubtless, almost all of us present here know about the proven importance of Inuit testimony regarding Franklin's ships, HMS Erebus and Terror, and their discovery. I can recommend the miniseries if you're a series watcher. This post is intended to provide some, it's called The Terror. This post is intended to provide some of the testimony relating to HMS Erebus, the ship at Iqaluit. While it is popularly believed that it was HMS Terror that was widely recorded in Inuit oral history, this is not really true, as we shall see the testimony that may refer to Terror is nebulous, and not many Inuit saw her before she sank. On the other hand, HMS Erebus was widely known as a source of wood and metal for the Inuit, and also for the giant dead man inside of the ship, even though she sank not long after first contact. The very first expeditions. So here's somewhere while doing research, reading about this, like all the stuff, look at the artifacts and look at dates and look at Wikipedia and look at Inuit testimony. Somewhere in here, we might be able to see what I saw before, where it's like they fess up that they sunk the boat. Okay, that the HMS Airbus they sunk it, Inuit in the scavenging, the rudimentary scavenging operations, where it's like they see the boat and it's like they value wood. Okay, so it's almost like an alien spaceship. If you think about it, it's almost like the same thing as like a Homo movie, like an alien spaceship lands. And do you understand? Where it's like this like stuff in there that you never seen, like tools, materials. It's like what is this like metal that is so strong and stuff like this. Okay. So to the Eskimo, this time and place in the 1800s, I reckon it'd be similar to like if a flying saucer crashed in the desert and it has like a crystal ball that we look in it and you can look into another dimension. Okay, now it's like it was unreal. Okay, now it's important, but it's pretty much like that. It's like the Frank expedition being stranded there, and this boat, which the boat was high tech for the Western world. Okay, so the Westerners had firearms, black powder firearms, pistols, and uh, cannons and stuff. And the Eskimos' weapons were like pony sticks that they would be poking with or throwing at you. Okay, you understand? Whereas the white people had bang sticks. It's similar to Columbus, like the conquistadors arriving, uh, like first contact with the Aztecs. Okay, similar to that, where they have like armor, advanced armor, like angled, hardened metal armor, plate armor, and firearms. I think matchlock muskets. Okay, octopus or whatever. They have firearms basically, and the natives have like sticks and like bone armor, possibly a piece of wood that they have as armor or like bone and stuff, and whatever is important. So it's a little bit, I reckon, in history similar to when the conquistadors arrived around the Aztecs. Like these people have bang sticks and never seen firearms before. Okay. And it's like now all of a sudden there's firearms in the environment. Now the culture that arrived, they have gone through multiple generations, so like first figuring out rudimentary firearms like a hand gun, Gonne, for the Middle Ages. Handgående. It's like this. It's like a wooden thing, like a tube. It's like the first firearms were really rudimentary in the Middle Ages. To more refined one, it's like flintlock and matchlock, different types. It's like a evolution, or like once you have a firearm, there's like an evolution where firearms get more and more advanced over time. Uh, so in this time in history, they didn't have repeating firearms. They didn't have cartridge loaded firearms, where you had like a metal cartridge with a bullet in like a brass case, like you have now. Okay, so it'd be like you have the firearm and you pour gunpowder into the muzzle and like stuff it and put a bullet in there and stuff that, and then it's a far cry from like an AR-15 or something like this. It's a big difference. But anyway, part of what's a little bit interesting to think about is the Inuit now has things in the environment, like the specific ones at least, like the tribe, the village, they found the boat. They had like an advantage, they had like an opportunity now to get some really like advanced stuff. Okay. It'd be similar to like the Middle Ages if you would have things from World War II or something like this. Because the Inuits didn't have firearms. Unless they'd been given some by white people as part of trade. So I support part of the accounts I read was the Inuit fessed up to the fact they had been the ship, broke a hole in it to go in there, and they wanted boards and stuff. Okay, the wood seemed to be the problem. Now they had found a chest with weapons in it. Now they're gonna have like an army. They're gonna have gunpowder in there, bullets, pistols, and muskets. Okay, so imagine if the Inuit would have realized what that was and how to use them. That might have made their life a lot easier. Okay. And like hunting and defense against if they would have a problem with polar bears or whatever. So here's the point. Let's keep reading. The very first expedition looking for the missing men of vessel reaching Kimberley Island had heard of the ship that sank at Uchulik, the area west of Grant Point and Adelaide Peninsula, with a large dead man inside it. Prior to its rediscovery in 2014 and its confirmation as Erebus, many thought the Uchulik wreck was terror based on the scant material available. Here's some writes the inner test where go to spoiled tins of food that kill one or more people when they tried eating it is important, often overlooked. For some reason, a common narrative is that the Frank expedition members were so befuddled by lead poisoning that they opted to starve to death despite having hundreds of unopened tins of food. However, no for recent studies that the Frank expedition members won't suffer from lead poisoning any more than the average European people did during the Victorian era. And we know from corroborated Inuit testimony that at least some of the tins had already spoiled, and that eating from the tins was potentially fatal. The Frank expedition members must have learned firsthand that anyone who ate from those tins ran the risk of contracting botulism, and that explains why many of them starved to death, even though the ship still had many tins of food remaining. Yeah, and after reading that, that makes sense to me because lead poisoning is more long term. Do you understand? It's like if you would eat game meat, okay, and you buy from some hunter, it's like an elk here, a deer. It's like there's somebody's hunting, and it's like lead pellet in the meat. You understand? It's like if you would, if somebody is not like smart, but they hunt birds with lead shot, okay, bird shot, and that's a big part of the diet. Where they shoot like ducks with lead bird shot, okay, and it's gonna be like some pellets that remain in the carcass, and they had like removed lead pellets out of the dead bird before eating it, unless you want to be like chew on lead. Okay, see now, possibly it will happen if that is your diet, like you hunt with lead pellets, shoot birds, and then you take it home and like pick lead pellets out of the carcass before cooking, eat it. and that's like your main diet. That's all you eat. Statistically, it might happen that you miss a pellet and that you just swallow a chunk of meat without chewing it, and like you have a lead pellet going to your body. Now you're getting lead. Now even if so, you can speculate about contamination. If somebody would be dumb enough to have like a coffee cup made from lead, and they don't sell that because it's toxic for your health. But if you would have like a coffee cup made from lead early in history, and if you would be drinking out of that or have like a lead pot that you ate used as a plate, eating drink out of that day by day by day, it might take years until you start having symptoms. Or like the lead poisoning builds up to a level where now you're having symptoms, where you start to get really sick from it, noticeably. Okay. So my point is this: if you would have lead contaminated tins and you eat the food, it might take some time until you start having a problem. Okay. It'd be similar to smoking cigarettes. People smoke cigarettes, or yeah, I might get cancer in my 80s or something like this. Say, so a lot of people think like that. I'm not recommending smoking. But it's not like you smoke a cigarette. It's not the people that smoke a cigarette, they start coughing. And it's like they die of lung cancer at 1 minute after smoking a cigarette. See? It might be daily as a person is like a chain smoker, and after 40 years they might hear from the doctor got lung cancer after smoking every day, building up to having lung cancer after 40 years. Okay, see, that type of stuff. So it's not like you eat from a tin can that's contaminated with lead, and then an hour after, like people get food poisoning, eat at a like a bad restaurant. You hear about this where sometimes it happens. There's like a restaurant people got sick from eating there, and they maybe undercooked food or something like this, food poisoning. A lot of times, like the same day coming home from the restaurant, people start vomiting or something like this, or if somebody gets food poisoning from at home. So if people get, it's not like that. So if you have lead poisoning, it's not like you eat and like within hours you have strong symptoms. It can take time for the levels of lead to build up in your system towards affecting your mind and your body and start having symptoms. Okay. Then people might figure out that it's like there's lead in here. Whereas the classical food poisoning, where people know about it, happens like you eat something that was undercooked or somehow hygienic practices of the person cooked the food wasn't good, and people get food poisoning and they're like vomiting and get diarrhea or something like this. Okay, and it's like the same day that they ate the food, where it's like they ate lunchtime, they got food poisoning, and then at night they're vomiting and have diarrhea. Okay, see, so it's more immediate. So it makes more sense to me that there was bacteria toxins in the tin cans. Okay, the food where they might have started eating, and then there's like a guy who eats it and gets sick right after they put two together. There's like we hadn't been eating cans. Initially, we eating this other food. Once they started breaking open the cans, we noticed people started getting sick or something like this. Now, if there's something like that, or it's like they started eating more cans, they ran out of the preserves, like fruits and veggies, and now all they have is like the preserves of meat in tin cans. And once they broke that open, they noticed people start. They might have put it together. It's like there's something in the tin cans we're eating that's making us sick, and they might have realized that that was a problem, and even though they were starving, they avoided eating it. And that explains why Merodach started that even though the ship still had many tins of food remaining. This also explains the inner testimony regarding 6 dead bodies they found next to a boat full of canned food at Starvation Cove. The Inuit said that the bodies looked like they had died of disease rather than starvation. Presumably, those men had resorted to eating from the tins again, and then they all contracted botulism and died. Yeah, anyway, so this is kind of interesting. So well, here's the point. I could recommend the series, the miniseries, The Terror, and it's loosely based on real world events, on the real Frank expedition. Obviously, it's a medical polar bear tombstone and stuff like this. So there's gonna be it's like a whole movie that says based on real events. There might be a lot of stuff that is not real, true to real life in there. So obviously, if they would just early on the expedition would have gone once they're like stuck in the ice, starving to death. If they would have tried to make contact with the Eskimo, because apparently it's like proven that the Eskimo valued things on the ship, because the Eskimo was going to the ship once it was empty, and like all the white people in there were dead, and they come knocking, there's nobody home, and it's like, do you understand? And it's like they go look and they start scavenging, and they value, they go to the wreck to like scavenge materials that they value, like rare, okay, like wood and metal stuff and things like this. So obviously, if they would have contacted the Eskimo while still alive and like on the ship stuck in the ice and like slowly dying and having a hard time surviving there, if they would be able to talk to the Eskimo and establish like trade and good relations and a good relationship with Eskimo that could help them survive. Okay. Which means the ultimate outcome might be that they figure out, they go like, hey, you Eskimo, you bring us stuff here and we give you stuff for it. Like a border, like trade. Like a low level like economy. It's like the Eskimo show up if they can communicate a message like show up every month or so with like a seal carcass and we give you this, or just like they establish a relationship with Eskimo Inuit know that if we show up with meat food there, they give us stuff for it. Okay, so it's like the Eskimo get like a baby seal, they get a seal, they bring it to the wreck, and then the white people give them like six metal buttons, a fork, okay, which they can use to make some tool or something like this, like the tip of a spear maybe. And the other side is like some wood. There are things that they valued, so they could have like the Eskimo bring their food and they give them stuff that's not that important for them. So yeah, it's kind of sad. They starved to death, ended up cannibalizing each other, and yeah, it's 1844. I gotta take a break. I forgot. I got a phone call. Okay, I gotta call somebody back and call me before missed call and charge my phone. So let's do this. Okay, I'm back. That's an AI generated picture that will be on the right side and a screenshot of one of my eyebrow streams on the left side. So that was kind of cool. So here we are. Here we are. I'm gonna try calling we and see if she would like to join again. Wait a little bit because I wanna. Yeah. So Mike's Up podcast. Today was a special podcast because I had my wife, we as a guest. She's my favorite guest. I also like to have Edward the Trash Talker, aka Edward the Safe Christian, as a guest. Hello, honey. I'm live now, so don't say a secret thing. Okay, you're gonna sleep. Okay. Good night, honey. I love you now. Remember, I'm live, so if you say something, my live stream, it can hear it. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I love you, honey. Don't forget to pray to God before you sleep now. Yeah. Do you want me to send some link to Bible reading, or did you do it already? Good job, babe. Good night, honey. I love you now. I understand. Okay. Good night, my love. Sweet dreams now, my sweetheart. I want to show you something before we say good night. I will show you something. I made a video in this podcast today when you were a guest. I was talking about Eskimos. Okay, maybe you remember. I was talking about Eskimos, and I made a picture AI of you looked like Eskimo. I will show you now. See, I use picture. I put the AI say dress like Eskimo, and it make you have dressed like Eskimo. Use Grok AI. So this is AI generated this picture. Yeah, it looked like Eskimo. Yeah. Yeah, I look it now. Now maybe I had to put some button on my YouTube stream to tell YouTube you'd have AI inside my live stream. So okay now. With honey, I think I will start cooking soon. Maybe I will finish my podcast. I'm still live. I don't know, maybe I finish my pod. Okay now. Okay now. I might finish my podcast soon. Okay, babe. Thank you, babe. Thank you, babe. I will cut my mustache and beard later. Love you too, babe. Night, night, babe. God bless you. Night, night, honey. Sweet dreams, babe. My beautiful. Sweet dreams. Okay, yeah. So say goodnight to my wife there, which means I was looking at her talking the video while you were looking at her. So I'm gonna drop Seriri's channel link in the chat too. So Rogan and Seriri, they were in the chat. Seriri is an online acquaintance where I collab with her. She's been a guest on my podcast before. I've been a guest on hers, and she's a person that has been showing up now and then to show support. And sometimes when she's live, she's dropped a link to her my channel in her chat. Okay, when she's hosting a live stream. And a common live stream she does panels sometimes. Mostly Japanese guests, and it's like the wildcard guest is me. I've done a few times. I support. And she streams cat. So what type of streams does her really do? Cat streams where she's a pet streamer. She streams her cat sometimes. Okay, she's playing with her cat. She's got like a magic mode or whatever, something she plays with the cat. sometimes a lazy pony or something like that. She plays with her cat, or she live streams her cat, which is quite common of a niche that Japanese people do if they get like start a YouTube channels, they become pet streamers. Quite common. Japanese startup YouTube channel, the type of content they get into a lot of times is pet streaming. Okay, so she's been doing cat streams and also panel sometimes where she goes live and then has a panel with guests, and I've been a guest on those a few times. And she's been supporting my channel quite a bit, where she shows up, leaves comments. She's like a kind of fan, supportive viewer that leaves positive comments, and it's not like a hater, okay? And on top of kind of showing up in my chat and being kind of supportive and friendly in the chat, she's also dropped my channel link when she's live on her channel a few times. Like Mike SAHA channel, I show up and say hello in her chat when she's live streaming. Sometimes she goes, drops a link to my channel in her chat. It's like Mike SAHA YouTube channel. And sometimes after that, I have some people show up here, say hello, friend of Sariri here or something like this. So Sariri has been sharing links to my channel. So the point is this: don't expect if you're just a random person, a viewer, and you leave a comment, then I'm gonna like drop a link to your channel in my chat and promote your channel. Just anybody. But people like Sariri that has been supporting my channel and shared my channel link on her channel, which has helped me get extra views, traffic to my channel, maybe some extra subscribers and stuff. Yeah, I'll reciprocate and share her channel link. Another person, Rogan, here. I shared her link before. Rogan the dope. And it ain't about chivalry. It's about dope lyrics and delivery. Okay. So Rogan the dope is a Filipino streamer. And she shared me out a few times, dropped a link to my channel in her chat. So yeah, I've been feeling the itch to keep making videos. Quite possibly, I make more Rambo exclusive health fitness coaching videos. Topics Rambo exclusive. So there's some things on YouTube. There's YouTube exclusive stuff. Okay, some of the training streams where I go live training martial arts or exercising, like fitness content, like exercising, live exercising, bodybuilding, what I'm doing martial arts. Some of that is YouTube exclusive. I go live on my phone only to YouTube. So there's a lot of YouTube exclusive content. And there's some shared content where right now I'm going live from Rumble Studio and I'm streaming live to my YouTube channel and my Rumble channel, Critical Mass Mike on Rumble. Critical Mass Mike, okay. And then there's also some Rumble exclusive content that you have to be subscribed. You need a Rumble account and be subscribed to my Rumble channel to be able to watch some of the videos I've uploaded there. Okay. It depends on how I upload it. As I upload a video to my Rumble, I can click this like options, Rumble exclusive, and that's like for monetizing it, but they put ads on the videos and possibly promoting the algorithm or whatever. And then it's like Rumble only something, which I picked the far right, where it's like not searchable, which means I guess people on Rumble, these videos that upload like that don't show up in anybody's feed, which I discovered. It's subscribers only, which means only people that have subscribed to my Rumble can watch some of these videos. So I upload some videos that are only viewable to people that have a Rumble account and are subscribed to my Rumble, Critical Mass Mike. And some of the content I like to do Rumble exclusive is health fitness centered oriented content. If I want to make videos about health fitness, generally anything where it's like I'm making a video about health fitness, okay, it's easier for me to do it on Rumble, and there's less of a need to be careful and talk around things and tiptoe around and use a lot of disclaimers and stuff. On Rumble, it's easier for me to be able to make in-depth health fitness centered videos. Okay, so what you might see up ahead on Rumble, if you subscribe to my Critical Mass Mike Rumble channel, is quite possibly a health fitness video here and there popping up. Rumble exclusive, which means videos that are uploaded only to my Rumble, not to YouTube. And I already have a few videos that are Rumble exclusive that are uploaded only to Rumble. And some of those have also been uploaded to other platforms, but basically not on YouTube. Okay, so if you're a YouTube viewer, there's some videos I've uploaded to my Rumble that you can only watch on Rumble. They're not uploaded mirrored to my YouTube channel. And there might be more. Okay, is what I'm saying. So I'm intending to stay active, keep producing content, live streams, making videos, being live, and quite possibly there'll be more health fitness videos uploaded to Rumble. Talk about health fitness, and a lot of those become more like from a conspiracy angle, where they talk about how this is a conspiracy to have you sick in this and that way. And here are some things that are bad for you, and here are some things that are good for you. Is what it boils down to a lot of times. So this is a link to Sebriri. Okay, what I just posted. It might actually be good. I put in here Sebriri YouTube channel link above. Okay. So I'm trying to unpin. Yeah. So yeah. You know what? I'm gonna try something. I'll throw a invite link, verify not screen sharing for opening up my email. I'm gonna throw an invite link to Sabiri and Edward. Okay. I'm not counting on Edward showing up or Sabiri checking her email, but I did send an email to Sabiri and Edward, who's been a guest on my before. The join link. Yeah, I'll see if they show up. If not, I might finish up pretty soon. I'm reading the comments now. So Siri asked, "Does we get jealous?" No, we does not get jealous if there's women leaving comments. And she trusts me. I believe that she trusts me to be faithful to her, which means, uh, I mean, she wouldn't be jealous, for example, if Sariri makes a video or Rogan the dope, and it's like show my new outfit and it's some cute dress, and they make a video outfit of the day or something like this, and I go cute dress or something like this, or like you look good in that dress or something like this, or there's like it's a pretty lady or something like this. If we see that, she's not gonna be like angry, be like, why you leaving your posse? She knows that it's like I might give a compliment to a woman that like you look good, understand that she's a beautiful woman or something like this. Uh, but she knows that I'm not gonna try to cheat on her. Meaning, it's like I can see a woman on social media who's looking good and go like, "You're looking good," okay, like cute outfit or something like this, or like a compliment. But we knows that I'm not gonna be like, "Hey, like, can you go on a date with me," or something, or be like trying to get romantic with another woman and then be like, "Hey, I'm breaking up with you. I found somebody else." I say, my romantic desire, my heart is I'm only interested in we. Understand? She's my wife, okay, and I can see cute girls online and let them notice and be looking cute or somebody's in the comment, leave a positive comment, without trying to without getting too far, without being like too interested. I can notice it's a cute girl, they're looking cute today or something like this, without trying to get with the person. Okay, so she's uh she's not super jealous in that way, and the lack of jealousy is she might be more jealous if she knew that I was like a guy she can't trust. Where it's like part of why she's not like is super jealous. I believe she trusts that she knows that I'm not gonna try to cheat on her. Okay, she has like a trust. It's like I want her, and I'm not looking to change. I'm not looking to find another girl. And yeah, so yeah, so we she's a special creature. A woman is a creature. What I'm doing now, real time, is make some changes to the stream. I'm gonna see if I can click a box. What it says. AI. Yes. So I'm checking the box now since I put like a picture, AI generated picture in the stream. I went to edit the stream, the settings, and click this is thing where it's like, does this flashing contain AI generated? So it does this video here. So I use a screenshot of this being like a theme, the Frank expedition, and then geeking out about Eskimos in this video a little bit. So I got a screenshot from a video call with we this earlier today, and then I made I put it in Grok and go like dress as Eskimo, and it's like perfect, I understand. So she fit right in there. Okay, one man, one Eskimo woman, a tale of starvation and death. We had to go back. We got not going back. We had to go back. Coming to series this June. Mike Saha is Exploration Man. I'm an Eskimo. You have to save me. I'm coming to save you. Okay. Okay. So that's we as an Eskimo. Okay. So yeah, it's like yeah, definitely she could be an Eskimo in a movie. I could see it. Like she could if she became an actor. If we became an actor, like a Hollywood actor, she could play an Eskimo in a movie. Okay. I can see it. Like you put 'em- because like part of total audience is gonna be like American Netflix or something like this. If it's a serial movie, but okay. So if I look at her, just add like the Eskimo outfit. It looks like it's believable as an Eskimo to me, which means that's gonna be true for other people. So yeah, she could be an Eskimo. So that what would be missing would be a will to be an actor and the ability to, if there is a lack. So uh, yeah, like a blizzard. So here's the point. This is actually one of my favorite series. So we can update the max out top series picks. Okay. And I'm not like a big series guy, like a person watching a lot of Netflix. Okay. I'm more like watching podcasts on YouTube. Okay. And making them. But out of the series that I watched throughout time, like okay, the last 2 decades, 20 years. Mike's our top series pick, Lost. Okay, Lost. The series Lost. Chernobyl, and also Terror. Okay, Death Terror. I think the series might be called. And it's what is this? Are there 3 episodes? 3 plus, at least three. I can recommend it. If you're serious, if you're looking for a series to watch and didn't see it yet. Yeah. What else? So, I think I might wrap this up actually. And if I want to go live again later on, I can. But I feel like it's better. I end this and have it be a podcast. And if I want to get into some other type of content, go live again, I can make another live stream. So that's going to be the end of the video. My name is Mike Sa. I am a Christian taught in the video, and I'm in a long distance relationship with We Wonderful, who was in the chat before and who featured briefly as an Eskimo. Okay. Uh, so, so it'd be like the movie poster. Like possibly I can make an AI video. We walk around in the Arctic or something if I want to make some series. Seriri has like an AI series on her channel, like a pirate ship. similar to what I was talking about. You could do that, where she's got other people, like YouTubers, are kind of in her sphere, and they become a character for like a short episode or like a mini series. And it's kind of cute, kind of something to. I'm gonna finish up. I've been drawn today. My name is Mike Sa. I'm 37 years old. I turned 37 June 29th. I was born in 1989, and I'm 37. Recently turned 37, quite recently. I'm a Christian and a total individual, and I've been a Christian longer than I've been a total individual. And subscribe to my Rumble. Could come as Mike on Rumble if you're looking to watch the Rumble exclusive streams that videos that I upload sometimes, or if I do stream. And I'm not gonna market. I made a new Rumble channel today, another one called Mike Saha Target Video Truth and Solutions. I didn't upload anything, so I'm not gonna start. But subscribe to it and get ready. Like if and when I start uploading videos to it, target video truth and solution videos, then I can let people know and be like, hey, I uploaded a video to the new Rumble channel about gang stalking. Target video truth solutions. Here's a link to the video. I'm not gonna market it when I'm not even like fully locked in and decided to. I'm gonna start upload videos, but I have it ready in case I want to make some more videos, TR survival culture videos. I have a dedicated channel to that. So, and that might be good. Meaning, if my critical mass micro, everything from 6 hour gaming streams, okay, playing video games, to podcasts, to IRL streams, to this, that, and the other thing. So, if a person who's a total video finds a video that do a live stream, where a big part of what I'm talking about for a live stream is like survival, what you need to do if you're a total video. It's like if they look into like have like Mike's house teaching on this, and it's like there's hundreds of streams, and here and there there's like a TS survival video. Okay, there's an advantage to, even if I don't make new content, to like look through my past videos and I can like download videos, upload to that one. Like this channel is like, okay, if I'm just looking for the TR survival videos, there's a channel here where every video is on that topic. That I'm subscribed to that, and I just got all Mike's coaching videos on TR that I make. So for different reasons, I have a niche like a TI survival coaching Rumble channel ready to go. Okay, I didn't upload anything yet, but if and when I start uploading to it, I can let people know and link to it. Okay. So let's bonus rounds actually. I mean, if I would really get into diversification, I could keep that going. Be like, make a new channel that's just for the movie decodes, film theory, movie analysis, Mike's out movie decodes, matrix system decoding, and like movie film theory, which is a significant percentage of the content I've been doing throughout the years is talk about Hollywood movies and decode them and give my analysis on them and theory. Okay, film theory, movie analysis. So if I wanted to, I could have make another channel and like make new videos or get the old videos on that topic and like have one channel for that stuff. Now, I don't feel ready to like really do that yet. But here's a point. Uh, some of my favorite movies, top picks, Mike's out top picks. No Country for Old Men. Okay, and I'm not gonna. find it hard generally. It happens. People ask, "What's your favorite band, genre of music, favorite movie, favorite this or that?" A lot of times, I find it hard to pick just one. Okay, if someone asks, "What's your favorite song?" or something like this, I find it hard to pick just one. Okay, if I'm like would be forced to have just one pick, I might need 2 months to sit and think about what the one pick is going to be. So a lot of times, like it's like top. Here are some of my favorite ones. Okay, here are some of my favorite ones. Uh, so Mike's top movie picks. Okay, I'd say No Country for Men is going to be on the top. 100. Okay, if you limit to like 100 pigs, okay, meaning if I will go to a deserted island, I can only bring 100 movies. Okay. Now there might be some things where I don't go for the entertainment value, but it's like if I wasn't allowed to like last year's the alternate universe, I gotta be sent to be Desmond in the Hatch. It's like you can't bring a King James Bible with you. Okay, but do you have a DVD? Yeah, I have a DVD. Okay, can I bring movies? Yes. Now I might look for like movies that have Bible verses in them as much as possible. That is, but just because I can't do my own Bible reading. Now he's like top 100 movie picks. Okay, Mike Saha. Here are some of my top movie picks. No Country for Old Men, The Matrix. Okay, the first one. The Animatrix. Okay, The Matrix, comma The Animatrix, which like a spin-off uh, series. Okay. Uh, Black Hawk Down is also on there. Um, Papillon, the old one was Steve McQueen from the 70s somewhere. Not the new one with Ryan Gosling, I think it is. And Papillon, or whoever it is. No, but the old one with Steve McQueen. um, I feel like I want to get into series, okay? So we'll leave the movies aside for a while. Now some top series pick. Shogun, based off the novels, the books by James Clavell. Quite a recent series. Lost, and the terror, which I'll be talking about today, and talk about the series a little bit and the real world historical event that it was based off of, Franklin expedition. Um, Also the Chernobyl miniseries. Yeah, so I gotta finish up. Didn't break my fast today. I'm back to my regular diet. I had 2 cheat days in a row. I bought ice cream and nougat sauce, decided to have a cheat period, so 2 cheat days in a row. Typically, my normal diet is OMAD, eating 1 time per day, fasting 20 plus hours per day. So let's say around 20 hours. On a rare occasion, it might be only 19 hours of fasting before eating, and other times it's 25 hours. So around 20 hours of fasting per day. Normal diet, OMAD fasting, and eating less than 20 grams of sugar. That's my normal diet, okay? Less than 20 grams of sugar per day, low sugar diet, and eating 1 time per day. Last time I went shop, I decided to take a cheat day or two, more precisely, like a cheat period, and bought some ice cream and nougat sauce. Finished 1 pack of ice cream day one after eating, and ended up doing multi-med, meaning eating more than once. Day two, after eating a normal meal, more or less normal, ice cream again, and I finished the sugar. So here's actually in the trash can next to my, here's the preferred, here's like the seed of the crop. It's like the sugar preferred, it's the can that the sugar came in. So after sugar beans. So I finished the sugar yesterday, the last ice cream, and I'm back to my normal diet. Okay, fasting, low sugar, 1 meal per day, and low sugar. And yeah, I'm not intending to make a habit out of sugar. Sugar is freaking poison. Okay, so I'm not intending to make like a regular thing to eat sweet street sugar stuff. And do I regret taking a cheat day or two? I don't feel like it was super necessary, but I don't feel like, oh, I should have done it. It's not the biggest thing. So I got to finish out this brand video. Don't forget to subscribe. And before I leave, actually, here's another thing. But wait, there's more, okay? Some false stops sometimes. I'm wrapping up with it. And, oh, but well, hold on. We're going to talk about this now, and it becomes more. So here's a link to my wife, who featured earlier as an Eskimo in this live production. We Wonderful, okay? And this is her PayPal. So some people are streamers. They have paywalls where some of the streams you have to be a member of the YouTube channel to watch the streams. Okay, uh, and they have a way to monetize where some people had to pay a monthly YouTube membership subscription to watch all of the content, or some of the content is exclusive to subscribers. Other people do that and have like a donation link where they get donations from the viewers in real time. Uh, my content as of now, it's all free to watch. Okay. So there's no, I'm not monetized. People don't have to watch ads on my videos. The only time there's ads on my videos is if YouTube put ads on my videos. It'd be maybe if I use for an edit a commercial song, and YouTube lets me use a commercial song if there's ads added to my video so that the copyright holder gets a kickback or however it works. So it's like I'm not monetized, which means I don't put ads on my videos. So everything is free. People can watch entertainment content, the culture video, whatever I do on YouTube is free to watch. Okay. Now people who feel like they want to support what I'm doing, support me, give me some money, do something good to me, I can't take donations directly. I'm on disability, but my wife can take donations, and she's working pretty hard. She's knitting crochet and sells crochet items, handmade crochet items. So, in long story short, if people watch my videos, be like, I want to support Mike. I like his content. I feel like I got hours of free entertainment that he was working to produce, and I feel like giving him a buck or something like this. I can't take the buck, okay, but you can support me by sending it back to my wife if you feel so inclined. Okay. So if there's somebody that watches my videos, feel like I want to give Mike a back, I learned about health fitness, or I was entertained, or I feel like for some reason they want to give me a donation, I can't take your donation. My wife can take donations, got a PayPal. And it's not like structuring. It's not like if somebody says she sends it to me right away. But it's like, for example, I talked to her recently. I told her, talked about supplements and stuff, and sometimes I can't really help her out as much as I would like to. Okay, if I had more money, I'd probably be sending her more money. It'd be like, hey, honey, I want to buy this water filter system for your family. Like I have a water filter pot. I want your family to drink cleaner water. So if I think about it, if I had more money, okay, I'm not entirely unlikely to be like, send me a link to water filter system, a filter pot, and enough money for it to buy, hey, honey, buy this for yourself to filter your water, your tap. Okay. Here's a natural soap that I found. Order that, and here's money I sent you to order that. A natural soap for you to shower and wash your hands without as much chemicals. It's like, oh, I'd like you to add garlic tablets to your supplement regime or something like this. And here's enough money to order this garlic supplement I found on Shopee. Here's a link to the supplement. Here's a donation. Here's something I sent money so you can order. If I have more money, I'm not entirely likely to help her to buy more stuff. Okay, so people can't send donations to me, but my wife can take donations, and there's no promises strings attached if you send donations. I'm not promising that what if you send donations, we will buy this for ourselves, or I will do. There's nothing, no strings attached. But if people want to send a donation to me, I can take donations. They can send donations to my wife, and there's no strings attached. There's no promises that if people donate, I will do X, Y, and Z for you, or they will go to this, stuff like this. But if people feel so inclined to give a donation, they can to my wife, and this is her paper. So I gotta finish up. It's gonna be the video.